Hello, welcome to the show. Hey y'all. Yeah, I promised made the story yesterday, but I lied. I can't get that Harvey system out of my head. Oh, there's a lot of updates on Steam. Wait, what? Apparently, there's a very big update to OpenSewer, but it doesn't have the bazaar just yet. So we'll look into that maybe next week. For now, let's launch those Stationeers, eh? Right into it. Wow. And I would listen to that Yellow Hop Tunes list, but no, the entire list again. Because my short playlist is nice and all, but it is, well, short. I also have an open on the tab some. You might look into like YouTube. While the chill hop is nice and all, I think I would like some other kind of types of music. I was thinking of maybe some electro swing. There we go. Heckin' delicious. Finished my broth of lemon, propolis extract, and echina extract.
Hanu, son of Hanu, father of the frozen wastelands, is here again.
Hey there, Lord Noctum. That was a weird interpretation by the TCS system out of uh-oh. It sounded like, Hanu, son of Hanu. Hope you're doing well. Good morning to you. Yeah, the plan for today was technically to do the vintage story, but I decided not to. There, no, we're no longer naked. The food is happening. Plants are growing. Now, what all did we get done last time? Nitrogen system is less than perfect, but it works. The temperature here is too high, but it is going down. Yeah. So we're good. So now we could look into doing a cooling system for our gases. Temperature here has gone all the way down to 600. Okay, cool. Yes, we need... We might want more fuel, eh? There you go. There's some fuel in that pipe. In order to make fuel, we want to connect our oxygen with the volatiles. And the oxygen seems like the nitrogen is too hot. So we're gonna want more of these. Man, in 2 days less than 10 races, I've jumped from 2.4 to 3.85 safety on iRacing. Lol. One more good race and I get fast promotion. Ooh, nice one, Tater McNugget. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around. If I steal this one, and we steal a few others, I'll make one more. There's only large and there's small. Let's make 2 more of these. And could we do one more turbo? Good, hope you're well. Hey, glad to hear it, my friend. Yeah, doing good, except for the fact that I've proven myself a liar by not playing Vintage Story, but that's okay, because I literally had trouble going to sleep because I couldn't stop thinking about how I want to figure out how to automate the Harvey. Because I also realized I want to like stream pretty much all of my gaming of Stationeers. Whereas playing Vintage Story offline, I'm completely fine with. Because that's a live server with other people, so I can't control.
Sun off 10, wave stack. Hello, Hanu, son of Hanu. Habu's yelling into the vacuum.
Hey there, Gun Attack. I'm doing well, and especially there's no vacuum here. We're on a planet with atmosphere. And right, oh my god, it's bad with vintage, lol. Yeah. Because I do enjoy my vintage. It is a wonderful game. Oh, we were supposed to dump that oil. you have run out of steel, of all things. And this is carbon dioxide ice. Oh! We can make use of this. See, it was too warm in here. Oh, it immediately melted. But it's okay, because that was the plan. Then this oil needs to go here. So yeah, we're gonna build... We're gonna try to do like a double safety system of building some... Building a ceiling area here. And then building something above as well. We're gonna wall in the entire top thing there. But other than that, gun attack is going pretty well. And they're looking promising. Ooh, nice. Which one? And last one I thought maybe was only the snowy moon. Yeah, I mean, we are on Europa. It is a snowy moon. It has an atmosphere of oxygen at the temperature of minus 148 degrees Celsius. So, you know, most gases turn liquid here. BRB, one more race. Hey, good luck, Tater McNugget. I hope the race goes well and you get to the safety race rating you wanted. But yeah, so there's an atmosphere on this one. It is just an icy, really, really uncomfortable one. And technically we could, of course, snag these. Is this a... That's a volume pump. I'm gonna put you there. We're gonna do a little bit of a shifty-swifty here. Where we take you down. Yeah, of course you don't. I'll put you there. Ah. I suspect... Yeah, we're gonna have to have a pipe in between, because if we try to put a... Yeah, that's what I thought. But yeah, like I said, I was saying, like, yeah, with the whole vintage thing, because I can, it's on a live server, so, you know. Okay, the active vent will also have to move. No biggie. And this way we can keep on using this system until we run out of heat on that one, pretty much. And now, this one could go to 18,000. So we're going to change with our labeler this back. Good thing we checked. The back pressure regulator, not the pressure regulator. Very different tool. To 18,000. $60,000 kilopascal. What? Oh. I accidentally put in 180,000. Very different number. So now, if the oxygen tank goes in, You go on, and then we'll turn you on. What the fuck happened there? Ah. That's what happened there. That is a damaged gas canister. Scares me. But it'll be fine. Yeah, the problem was that, it was exactly the first thing we put down was the correct one. Wasn't it? Let's double check. The back pressure is increasing when the pressure outside and the behind gets high enough. That's when it lets it through. But the back pressure regulator shift gas until a set pressure on the outlet side is achieved. Yeah, so okay. That was a bit of a humongous fuck up on my part. Damage by an overpressure event. Okay, so it's slowly being released by this guy into here. Pipe network is at 18 megapascals. And you are at 18. Okay. So no, it's all good. If we had an insulated utility in between here, we could stick that one there. Now, inside here is there's only a few moles. So I can dismantle, put it back, and it has been magically fixed by turning it off and on again. Love it. Gotta love those trial by error learning moments. That's very true, Lord Noctum. Yeah, the pump was maybe a little too powerful for just pumping it here. So if we had a utility like mini tank in between here, that could help. But the point was to pressurize this bit here. So we'll put that one down to 5 again. And now we can easily get these to the 18,000. So just increase that a little bit. Where's the, there it is. That tiny one. Yeah, just above 18. Then it turns blue. I think blue is like full. Then red is, oh my god, it's too much. So just above 18. Temperature isn't too bad. The pipes. Pressure there's at 28. Here we are at 18.5. Excellent. We're gonna need more steel though. That we can wait. Because we can still use this one for our fuel mixing. Hey there, Argoko. Nice seeing you around, man. Okay, so now everything here is linked the way it should be. Even here, I've been thinking I should get another one of those insulated in between tanks, and we could have one in here. Especially if we move this tank thing slightly up, maybe have a pump to drain it. Actually, no. No, this is better because then I can visually see how this guy's doing. And now, temperature inside there's at 20. You're at 5 degrees Celsius. Now, if we do put in more volatiles, so 274 Kelvin is around 0. We want it to say be around 20. So 7, 8, 9, 294. There. So now smelting the ice will take slightly longer, but that's okay because the output will be then closer to, the 20 that we're getting from our oxygen tank over there. The idea was then to have our 2 cooling systems. And I'm thinking of having, let's see. Now, if this guy fits there, assuming then we'll have a pipe should be able to fit here. Might as well make it here, I guess. Because the idea is I want a pipe that goes here. And then, a pipe from there goes up here as well. We'll have the second one similarly placed. Oh, yeah, they should be on the other side on account of the hole. Right. And that's why with that turbo pump, so that instead of then emptying, like in this one, see, we use this one to empty the pipe of these gases, and I realized, wait, what if I just use the turbo pump to instead empty out that pipe from the super cold oxygen? Because exchanging temperature with the void doesn't do anything. Temperature there is actually, that's good. That pipe network has been straight up emptied out. That can't be right. Pressure is going down. I'm assuming that as soon as something goes inside the pipe network, what do you have most of? Yeah, the moles are going down very fast. Okay, so I'm assuming, yeah, it's because as soon as the gas hits this pipe network, the filtration machines are just sucking it all up into their respective tanks. This guy still hasn't done anything, so we don't have to worry about the logic. It's fine. Top of the helmet, why you look up, looks like a derpy face. Whoa. Yeah, I think the shadow from my suit, I think, yeah, they're appropriately called like nipple shadows. Because it's the light is inside my the suit, the uniform, and which is inside the space suit, and then thanks to the the magic of physics, it makes a nice little silly face. Like even so, the nipple shadows, or those are the eyes, and then with a smiley face in between. It's true. And then hey there, Invisible G. Hope you're doing well. All right, so that's the idea here. Now let's look, throw down some pipes. So if we Okay, let's see here first. Start with you. And it's... I don't think we need to cool any of these off. Okay, yeah, that won't work. Because those pipes will intersect. And they can't intersect, can they? Okay, cool. So there's space for pipes behind there. That's good. There. So these will be for the pipes to come from here. This system will then go down here and down here. We can probably use the same vents as well. It will have a separate turbo pump. There. Other than not having time for the next few days to enjoy streams in the first half of the day, I'm good. Just stop by for a moment and then I go again. Well, thank you for popping by and saying hi, Invisible G. It's always nice to hear from you. And I hope whatever is keeping you busy, treats you well. I actually want to control all three of these, so yeah, I'll be fine. No more pipe. Oh, we only have two anyway. Okay. There you go. White red comes out orange. I think we need the analyzer. The insulated valves right now. Liquid tank could go for something in the future. I'm thinking I might have to put in like a... Oh wait, no, you have the separate tank up there. But what if we put it here and we do a... Okay, we've got two spots we could use. One for like a breathable air mixture. So we can just pump out Atmo whenever we want from, just pull it from that tank into its pipe systems. And I guess, yeah, combining these three essentially to make one there. Okay, well, these two mostly. And we'll save the CO2 for adding to mixture here. We'll have a third one for the greenhouse gas. And we have one already up there in a separate space. So maybe we'll just pump it in there for now. A gas mixture with a little bit of oxygen. Mostly these two. And then have a filtration system that recognizes when it's time to remove excess oxygen from it, pretty much. Yeah, should work. Doesn't have to be too fancy. This has to be fancy enough to work. Leave you here and you there. We need one more active vent for the airlock for the battery room, pretty much. Yeah. And the fuel mixture be mixing, I guess. Six 6.8, they're close enough. Now we can bring in the fuel. Big old fuel tank. Double check, did we have any pre-made steel? We might have the steel. Nope, just iron and copper. You have a bunch of steel, but we'll leave it for you for now. You got pretty much nothing. All kinds of shit, but not steel. Alright, so we'll make steel separately. Setup is quite advanced, it's nice, I'm not even tempted to help because I can't. Well, thank you. Tim. Yeah, because we just want all the gases, and then we have a pressure escape valve, but that is actually dealing with the extra hot one. This one will get it to, we'll automate this eventually, but for now it's manually, we'll using this one to just get it just below 200. Then the idea is to use a similar system, but the smaller ones, to cool down these three to closer to 20. And there as well, we can have eventually multiple pumps, I guess, but for now, the easiest way to stop the cooling will be just we'll have to have a turbo pump that sucks pretty much a vacuum from all the cold oxygen. So these will always be linked to these, but it's just the cooling agent, whether or not that's there. And I realize I'm going to want there to be valves here. Can I put a valve directly in connection with this one, or will we have to move these even one more step further away? Oh wait, no, the pipes can go deeper in actually. Because that way we can use the valve to turn off the ones that we don't want to cool, so that in case, that one's hot, but not this one. So we turn off the valve, so it doesn't get the cold oxygen in there. And then we, pump in some more cold air inside. From outside. We'll have to manually sort of like in and out flush, I guess, or then we'll have a similar valve system here as well. No, for wherever we push that button. And that way we can get these like breathable atmospheres, and then if we just automate all of that, should be doable. Now the game wins. What's the ideal percentage for planting potatoes, soybeans and tomatoes with oxygen, nitrogen, CO2? Can you reply to me in writing? I don't understand English very well, thanks. Let's see here. So this one just wants carbon dioxide and it exhales the oxygen. And we look at the soybean. That's a bit stupid. Nitrogen, it says 8.64 moles. $50 carbon dioxide to nitrogen. Now it's 2 to 1 there. And percentage not marked in wiki. Yeah. And 8.64 here. So it looks like it is 3-to-1 carbon dioxide to how do I do this? See in writing here. There you go. Because all three plants want CO2 in the same amounts. One of them. Hello, greetings to the Czech Republic. Well, thank you, Vrahuneknene. Greetings to you back from Finland, over there on the YouTube side. But yeah, Games Wins asking about the atmosphere for planting. Yeah, Lord Noctum, exactly. 3-to-1 search, so 70 CO2. Yeah, that is for just the plants. There. And then, of course, then you cut down that. Because all three plants wanted CO2, only one of them wanted nitrogen, but they all wanted the same amount of CO2. So that is the ideal amount, but in general, just make sure you always have enough. That's sort of what I'm going to go for, like a 50-50 CO2 nitrogen mix ish of, and then with 20% oxygen or 25%. So 25% oxygen just for to keep my character being able to breathe. And all the excess will be continuously filtering out from there. And then we'll also be then pumping in a sort of a mixture of CO2 and nitrogen to maintain the pressure. Because I do believe you could do that. You only pump in CO2 and nitrogen to maintain the pressure. And then you keep on filtering. If you have an excess, you have... Okay, let's go look in here. Also active events. Let's see if we can make one quickly. Thanks, man. Your best. Hey, no worries. Now let's see, because I haven't met my I just go in there. Hey, thank you for the follow, Games Wins. I really do appreciate it. Let's see if we can do an active event quickly. I have a question. Have the 500-watt cables arrived yet? I'm curious what material requirements are. Oh, yes, they have. I've been using them already. The super heavy. You will need electrum and constantin. So gold, silver, copper, and nickel. Isn't it? Yeah. Gas mixer is a perfect tool to rig up gas mixtures. Absolutely, Lord Noctum. That is the plan for eventually. Right now, I'm just running inside like venting freaking... emptying canisters in there, because, you know, just keeping those minimum percentages, you know, high enough. But that's all I care about right now. Just so just making sure they survive is my main goal there. That's why I brought in some nitrogen, and then I had to be... Oh, right. We do this, that. Okay, cool. We have carbon dioxide ice. Excellent. Because I brought in nitrogen. The problem was it's at 200, like over 100 degrees Celsius in heat. So the room got too hot. But I got my nitrogen levels up. If we look in here, this one is at... Oh, it's already down to 30. Excellent. So now I can just vent that. CO2 is a little high. But that's when, you know, I'm happy I have some pure carbon dioxide ice that got smelted here. Nitrous oxide and pollutant. For now, we do this. Yeah, and there's gonna be, and I'm using your air control console here with 2 active vents, and they're both actually going to the same system. We could use the same system actually, the air control, where these would pump out excess pressure from here, and then the input would come from a mixture of purely CO2 and nitrogen. So when the pressure gets too high, whatever's in here gets pumped out, and we pump in more of that. And then these should slowly raise the pressure by just, you know, maintaining essentially the oxygen levels. But I don't think that's the most ideal way of doing it. So we're gonna have a bit more complexity. Alright, we're gonna eat our delicious space fries. Drink from the fountain. Man, I feel so stupid for not building the drinking fountain previously, because it's just so handy. Because I kept on like having to like mess with these bottles, and then I had them everywhere. See, now I even have these like... There's a single one in here? That's annoying. No, wait, no, we'll keep that as a souvenir. A bunch of bottles got destroyed in the first large explosion we had. We survived, thankfully. Oh, we need spuds. 3 potato. And I want to make bigger... Like, the small fridge is handy because this one requires no power, just the cooling, which we just have through a pipe going outside. So I mean, considering maybe I should just build many small ones. I want to build the big one because the new update, the big one has a light, so we're gonna build that one at some point just to ooh and ah the lamp. Then we do soy oil. We do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we can make French fries. Close the lid. Turn it on. No explosions, yay! Eat some more French fries, keeping our happiness levels nice and high. And then we can, using this lovely shower, get our hygiene up to the maximum of 150. So this is our container of dirty water. We empty the waste tank into here. Yeah, but yeah, this is pretty much why this is my simple solution of bringing in more nitrogen currently. Just bring in a tank, let it out. If it's too hot, then I have some carbon dioxide ice I can throw down. See, this is a very stupid way of doing it. It works. It doesn't work well, but it works. And these guys here, oh. Man, these potatoes are powerful. Already done. Alright, so let's see. We do number 4, number 6. We put this guy where it belongs. That guy can hang out there. Oh, I fucked up. That's okay. Driving towards seeding. That's okay. I want them all to like grow sort of at the same time. So those 2 get the seeds, these 2 get spuds. And we're left with 6, which means that those can turn into more French fries. Now, we want to automate all of this, but yeah, the room is too low because the roof is made of frames. So we need to have a separate roof and an empty space so we can make the Harveys work, and then we'll have to figure out how that all works. And so yeah, we need to automate the gas filtration in this room, the gas cooling in our gas filtration room, and the figure out how Harveys work. And then we need to make canning. We can. Oh, maybe we can. Who will know? Only the can can know. And this one was a trick I got from chat. People pointed it out. I was suspecting it should be possible, and it has been a game changer. You see, inside my uniform, one is handy. You put a wireless, battery. Just even a big one is here actually. Then I have a wireless battery charger, and I have this in my pocket, and I have free. I save on suit battery. Oh, there's a storm outside as well. It looks so spooky. You have your like helmet light. You see, like, oh, snowstorm. We turn it on. Just a portable. It's like, oh, dark. The dark horrors of the outside. Hey there, Vivendi. Good morning to you. We having well? An old engineer's proverb. If it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. Thank you, nameless tripod. That's very kind of you. But I know it's dumb. And I mean it's stupid and dumb in the way of exactly it's a stupid system. It's a very, very analog of it's not a smart system. It's stupid in that way. It works. Absolutely a solution. Absolutely works. And there's Harvey's on rails and the cool special doors for them. Yes, Lord Noctum, there's the Larry. I want to make them. They require more advanced materials than I have, and we'll get there. But the point, if I now learn to use the Larry, then I'll probably never really learn to use the Harvey. So I'm going to want to take that like tech tree one at a time. We'll make up, because there's more things to farm than just potatoes and, some things. Also, I should probably plug these guys in somewhere because they're producing power, but, yeah, but it kind of burnt. We don't have a battery for them. Well, that's okay. The idea was, oh yeah, we need one more APC so we can have a... Do we have any ready-made APCs? Answer is no. Yes, the ADHD is real. I am medicated. I have taken my meds today. But yes, I get things done. Eventually. Keyword being eventually. And yeah, it's crazy you can use them to auto-sort. Oh shit, nuggets, no. And store things in lockers. I never done it. Oh, you can? Oh my god. I was thinking like, oh cool, we can just like let them do some auto stuff and like put stuff into like vending machines. I still haven't built a single vending machine. I'm going to eventually. But I've been going to many things. You, my friend, I need batteries. I can't make the nuclears because we need Inconel and Astrolight, which we don't have. But I can make some large ones. If I leave you alone, you'll make 3 of them. That's okay. Because we're going to need more than 3, but I can just hope they remain here mostly. I should probably get this thing also properly wired up so we can actually close that door. Same thing to this one. I do like the horror storm. Or the script for auto-contacting traders with the dishes. Ooh, that sounds super cool, Lord Noctum. And Venji, that is exactly what I've done as well. You see, because this was the sort of early, these are just leftovers pretty much. I got my own proper ones. Are up on the roof. Well, we can't see them through the storm, but there's like proper wind turbines, not the upright ones. And they have a cable that goes down there because I did the math of 5 normal wind turbines can, because they produce 20,000 watts, so 20 kilowatts, up to 20 kilowatts during a storm, which means 5 of those can max out one of these. Which means, with the new one being 500 kilowatts, see we've got these big chunky boys here coming down. Again, yeah, this is part of the old system that like blew because they were all connected the same wire. So the 500 watt is doing just fine. And it can handle 25 wind turbines because if 100 watts can handle 5 of them, then 5 times 5 is 25. We can prove this fact because I don't have 25 of them, but I have. Oh, there's the output. So there's the input. We have. Oh, sorry. I need to figure out how to do some code here as well. Could you please analyze some networks for me? There you go. See, device is 20. It has the station batteries and the turbines, and it is producing the potential of 220 kilowatts, which I believe is the maximum it could produce with the amount I have. So I should be able to fit double the amount of wind turbines on this one cable. And with just putting down more batteries, I realized that my base's power production is currently a-okay. Because every now and then the storms happen and we produce like this large amount of power. And it was mostly like during the like slow times when my batteries couldn't when my power production couldn't keep up. So having these large ones here, and they're having their output is double checked with these 500 watts fuses, because batteries can output an infinite amount of power in theory. So in case I do something, then the fuses would blow. And then there's a second layer of security that these actually are all powering only these large transformers. And then we have these transformers powering. That's very true, Reaperlink, I can't. But you'll have to find it first. You don't know where my sauna lives. Speaking of, I'm going to warm up the sauna today because it is... I haven't had a good sauna in a while. And the electricity is cheap today. So yeah, see, this one is the orange, which goes to my furnace room. The white one goes to my gas processing. Green one goes to greenhouse, and currently the red one goes to the production floor, and also like general default random ass space. The idea is to then potentially have more of these, but see, because that's why we have one layer of security here and one layer of security here to make sure the wires don't blow. But yeah, and then just doing math on the turbines, they can do it. We can have 25 of them on this cable. And the idea is to eventually then build a secondary power sort of outpost on top of a nearby mountain, because I think that could be cool. We can't see it from here, especially with the storm and everything. But because we're in the Balgaton Valley, so we got mountains on both sides, and this one would be south. So I think that mountaintop will get the most sun, and I want to build a solar space up there. We're going to cover it just in windows to make sure the storms don't bother it too much. And then I want to try to make an underground cable tunnel because it sounds neat. Have lamps and everything. And there we can then we'll have to do some math to figure out what is the maximum that place can output, and we'll try to max out one of these cables for that one as well. And then it might be easier for me to then have a second battery array from that one, which would then also fuel the transformers. Storms are rough on solar panels. That is very true. That's why I asked, because I was wondering, like, do Windows stop solar panels from working? And the answer is no, apparently. They will they'll lose some efficiency because of the shadows from the frames, but the window itself won't stop it. And I'm thinking, awesome, because I don't care about losing a few percentage of efficiency. I could be happy with 10 to 20% lack of efficiency, because once they're set up, I don't need to deal with them. And that way we'll have more battery arrays to fix it up. Keep them down to like 70%? Yeah, could be. Oh, sorry, I missed some chat here. Especially if you have a solar array, it all adds up. Exactly. That's why you have to separate your systems. And then the transformers are amazing, the fuses are amazing, and I like the fact that we can paint our wires so you can visually have separate systems. And that is the plan here, eventually, to have all of that. And there we go. Reaper's gonna piss in my sauna. How are we doing there, Rip, by the way? Hope you're having a nice day, and hope your legs are feeling better, because it is not only the day after a heavy workout that it hurts, but it's the day after when it really starts getting in there. And that's a cool concept. Item turbine generators, air pressure though. Oh, I think, yeah, those were, I don't think they exist anymore, if I've heard correctly. Yeah, there's only like wind turbines and upright wind turbines, which react to atmospheric winds, which can be fun, because I had a wind turbine indoors and it worked just fine until I put it up a door where then the game would recognize we're inside a room now, not outside, and then it stopped working. And has anyone ever tried building a base above a deep coal deposit and powering the base only with coal? I mean, you could, absolutely. If you had deep miners and coal, spin it up. I don't see why you couldn't. And that's a cool concept. And then turbine with air pressure though. Oh, cool. But they work even if you don't put the glass in them. Oh, Nameless, is that true? Hey, I know you come quite a ways from struggling on the moon. Thank you, Neff. The moon was actually going pretty well eventually, and then I put an entire stack of volatiles in the furnace because I didn't think. And I was like melting ice and I got carried away. And the explosion killed me, so in the names of permadeath, we then had to just start a new run, and I wanted to go for a different kind of challenge. And I was recommended to go for Europa. So this is my third life on Europa. The first one, we actually survived pretty long, until I realized that European storms will destroy the lander. So I lost all the seeds and I was running out of food, and I had to just end the run there because, yeah, I didn't have, there was no chance of finishing that one. The second one, I died because I passed out because I took too much lung damage from breathing in the really cold atmosphere. And then the third one, well, I've learned a lot, and we're surviving and thriving. We had a very large explosion. Thankfully, I was in a different room when it happened. It destroyed a lot of our stuff, but enough critical infrastructure and other stuff survived, so we were able to keep going. Greenhouse survived. Very good. And that is when I learned that liquid canisters with liquid nitrogen in them should not be stored in rooms that are at, habitable temperatures. Because apparently, yes, eventually, they're gonna fucking explode. Violent. And especially, you should not then store a giant canister of fuel next to them either. Big boom. And my initial solar array was enclosed in windows. It did protect them from the storms, and efficiency was at 99%. The heavy solar arrays do not require any protection, and they're immune to storm damage. A bit expensive, but worth it when you start expanding. I was considering those, but I think resource-wise, what I have access to, I think the normal solar panels with some inefficiency would be just adequate. Plus, I find the idea kind of funny. Because these ones require gold, copper, and steel. And for this one, we have coal, and the astraloy. And that is like per panel. And that's gonna be annoying and expensive. So in that way, it'll be cheaper to just make a bunch of steel and, put up windows. And hey there, Ben Wu. Hope you're doing well. And yes, I would name a coal mine Greater Thunberg. How dare you! Oh, poor Greta. She's become such a meme. And she started out so well. And yes, as long as the panels are enclosed in window frames, the game counts it as a room and not a world, so the storms have no effect. The advantage to that is, like on Mars, you don't have to worry about heat building up from the glass. Not an issue on the moon, lol. That's very true. And it's not just that it has to be enclosed, but it also needs to have temperature or pressure difference with the outside. So I was just going to put in a passive vent leading to the outside pretty much, and like a one-way valve. Sorry, I had a lot of trouble with that one. I still haven't made that clip, but I should probably pause that thing so we don't just lose our resources while I'm talking. But yeah, that was the idea. But I want to enclose it in glass anyway, just because I think it would look cool. It's one of those things. I like a bit of cheese in my gaming, but it's like how you can build things on frames and then you can remove the frame and the thing will still stay there. That is the kind of stuff which I'd rather not do on this run, just because, personal preference. I'm going to try to do as much sort of in-game, using the in-game rules and engine as is sort of like intended, even though I guess solar panels inside windows is absolutely valid. Real world as well. And yes, it would lose efficiency. I think it would be cool if they added something extra, how the glass itself would also reduce the efficiency, because it does. It absorbs some of the the light spectrum. A part of it is absorbed by the glass itself. And therefore, there's less energy in the light that actually makes it to the solar panel. And again, even if it would take down the efficiency by 50%, I just wanted to make it because it's a fun challenge. I think it could look interesting, and yeah. And considering how the sun moves, especially, and I'm on Europa, so the solar panels are already at like, 40-50% at best, or 70%. So, no worries there. And I was wondering, what if, because the sun actually doesn't go that high, so it's very south-facing, so we could even put our solar panels on like a sort of like layered terrace kind of thing. So every second layer goes one below, and then they would shade each other a lot less as well. Yeah, we're doing that. There we go. Nourish the moon. I blew up my first Martian base from that. I didn't have a back pressure regulator, and the heat expanded the pressure in the base. Ooh, Lord knock them. Well, I now have learned also the value of back pressure regulators. I haven't really had the issue of them in rooms because as you might have noticed, I built a lot of things from frames on this structure so far because of the update where you can add the plastic layering on steel frames, and I just thought it looked so neat, and I got carried away with building everything from that. And especially after that one explosion I had, I also realized that if I build everything from frames, hopefully there'll be more structural security, if you will. And I've had mixed results on this. I think you need to have at least a bit of atmosphere differential. It'll still have panel take damage. Yes, Ben Wu, that is what I've heard as well. You need a pressure or temperature difference. Well, temperature difference will sort of naturally lead to a pressure difference. So yeah, because then if the spaces have different atmosphere and are enclosed, then the game goes like, this space is separate from this one. And if you're careful with large solar array rooms at a certain size, I don't think I read that one. Gives down thinks at a certain size, the game breaks down and it thinks they're outside, which will cause them to break. How did that happen? I had to put up walls every 10 or so frames. Both of them, Benji? That sounds actually pretty cool, and that sounds like something worth testing. We'll try to make one, and we'll see if the pressure and temperature differential will be enough, or if it really does need to be, if there's a maximum room size, which there very well could be. I think people are overplaying with how much efficiency they lose in a greenhouse. In my experience, it's not that bad. Yeah, and I was thinking, and even there, if you lose efficiency, make more solar panels. I mean, you know, especially because I'm in a world, I'm a Europa, so I have Atmo, so the wind turbines will be producing power anyway. I just want, diversity, more of, frankly, for it, just because I can, and I think it would be neat. Hey, the discount there is, or at least was, but it's fairly large size. Good to know. Hey, the discount, how you doing? In case you don't know, yeah, there you go. He got a shout out. Discount Engineer is the streamer I saw playing this game and who got me, and that got me convinced to get into the Stationeers. Wonderful game, wonderful streamer. You guys, if you haven't been checking him out already, you definitely should. Plays cool games, plays Kerbal Space programs, Stationeers, and of course, Vintage Story over on Casual Elephant server currently. Good old Casual Story. And Nameless Tripod saying, Ben Wu and Vimenji definitely things to consider. I'm currently on Mars as I am new to the game. And I only have like 6 panels, so I haven't reached the point of diminishing returns on that yet. Yeah, I mean, it's... On my moon base, I think I had 16 panels. So I did the math. On the moon, there's the solar storms, which will make your solar panels overproduce power. So I had done the math there as well. Like one day when I was doing solar storm, staring at a cable using the network analyzer, I just, wrote down, okay, they're producing this much power. I have this many solar panels. So one solar panel will be producing an X amount of power doing a solar storm. So how many times can I put that on a 100 kilowatts cable? And that is the maximum amount of solar panels per cable. Now with the 500 kilowatts, you can do even larger arrays. But if there is a room maximum, well, we'll just make multiple rooms, easy enough. And then we'll use pressure regulators. Like I said, we'll have passive vents, 2 passive vents, maybe a cowl, we'll do passive vents, and then a one-way valve leading to the outside. Because if it gets really hot inside the solar panel room, I don't think I care. Because I don't think the sun should be able to heat it too much. Just make sure the pressure is so it doesn't explode. Ooh, thank you, Nameless Tripod, for that follow. I really do appreciate it. And hope you have a wonderful day. And would you look at that? You pushed me right past that follower goal as well. 740. Nice. A lovely early Christmas present. Yes, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I was always in, played with some friends in multiplayer, and they put me in charge of the power grid. By the end, I had 2 rooms with 200 panels each. Lol. Ooh, nice. I'm going a long way from that. My base is still just a single room with all my production outside on the platform. Yeah, Nameless Tripod, that is exactly how I've been playing for a while. And it was only thanks to I would probably have continued that kind of playing longer, but the storms on Europa kept on locking me inside the room because I can't go out. And Mars would have probably the same problem. And that's why I made these steel frames, because once again, I just like the way it sort of looked, and you can paint and then add walls on this. And I'm hoping to do some, I'm thinking about putting up windows as walls against the frame, because then I can paint the frame beneath in one color and have the window frame a separate color, and see if I can do some interesting things there. Yes, when I play Vintage Story, I find myself chiseling. So I'm adding my sort of aesthetics vibes to this thing as well. Now, it might as well be there. That's fine. And wait, I didn't finish the chat. Sorry about that. Yeah, but I'll pass to the platform. And personally, when I make a solar room, I just make it a vacuum inside to avoid the heat buildup. Well, Neff, you just made me feel like an idiot. Because yes, of course, it's so much easier. Yeah, see, easy solution. Just put in an active vent on the inside. That is enough to suck out a vacuum. Just turn it on and you just leave, I guess. Silly me. Yeah. I guess you can have your pressure equalizer to begin with if you just don't have time, but then just suck out the vacuum. Love it. I was thinking, oh, maybe the printing is done, but then I remembered, oh yeah, but I paused the game like a smart person semi-smart. Pretend smart. How's my power? You're at 66, so we can do that. Oh, and also, in case you didn't know, you can put containers inside containers. So I have a large cardboard box inside my jumpsuit, so the pocket. Similar as I have a portable light with a wireless battery. So yeah, you have containers inside containers for just insane Matryoshka doll levels of endless container, space fun. Was it in here? We could do a cardboard box. Burgers. Just cardboard or a large cardboard. But we don't have the silicone in there, so that's fine. And the wireless, see, because here's one wireless battery charger. And if you're in an atmosphere that the lander can get broken, you might want to see, because I have a wireless battery in my tracking beacon. And it's on. And this way, that one will constantly recharge the battery in the portable tracking beacon. And I have, essentially, a permanent beacon. It's even better than your sort of station-built one. Because it has, because of the battery and everything. I guess you could always give it its own battery and all that, but this is cheaper, especially because you get one when you start. Another way I've heard is you can build a room out around your lander, and that way it is protected from the storms, because the storms are the one that eventually break the lander, and the lander itself is also functions as a permanent beacon. And I've also named the tracking beacon according to the coordinates I see when I stand here, because that was also a bit sort of pro tip, so that in case the tracking beacon does run out of power, my tracking chip on the pad shows me my current coordinates, and then I can just navigate by coordinates, because I can look at the tracking beacon, it says, hey, no signal to tracking beacon, with the name of the coordinates where I left it, and then I can just, navigate via those. So one of those, sometimes even I have it. Oh, but no, I can't do that. He's already losing power. It's too cold in here. That's why I'm assuming this entire space will get hot as fuck as well. So we'll have to have a pressure equalizer, because the idea is to then start capturing the heat produced by these ones. So I'm trying to figure out different ways to capture heat, because Europa is really, really freaking cold. And cooling stuff down is easy. Just use the outside. Heating stuff up, well, that can be a bit more of a challenge.
For the AT script available on the Steam Workshop. I've been coding for about a week now, so I'm still learning. It'd be cool to see Coder apply it to my build if you're okay with that. Hey! Maybe a Lord Noctum will help. And I mean, the first time I didn't, and it heated up and well... yeah. Yeah, that's how you learn, through trial and effort. A name in the beacon? Verstick? Yeah, exactly. I got that from... I think it was Bailey and Alamein on the YouTube side. He's been hanging out here a lot. He has thousands of hours in the game and has been very patient with me because every now and then I have to ask him to calm down a little. Because I am trying to do, as the name implies, with the whole suffer core of, learning the hard way. I appreciate the help. But, yeah, people can get a little excited at times. And this is another airlock, but I haven't used it in a while. But because of the nature of things... There you go. Oh. I'm gonna... change out... Oh, it's wrench. I keep on forgetting which tool to use. Because this space will then start warming up, so I don't need to care too much about how the pipes behave. Whereas here, this space will remain cold for a while before I get around to heating it up. But yeah, so it's been nice getting some help, but also it's been nice when... Because there's some help that is just, you can't really learn. Because this game has one big issue. And that is the... Actually, I'm going to put this one in here. The first player experience is not very good. I just realized we need one more... We need a sensor and things. On account of the in-game wiki doesn't really always offer you all the information you need. Like, if you already know how things work, it's an excellent source of reference. It's really good for that. But if you don't know how the game works already, well, not everything really explains what the fuck it does. Because some of them are built with the sort of understandable but unfortunate logic of whoever wrote the description and information assumes knowledge from the reader. If you're getting here, of course, who doesn't know how a logic switch works? I'm like, well, people who are new to the game and are not used to, as I say, coding and logic chip kind of games, they won't. So you might want to always have to explain. Always give too much information, not too little. Okay, gotta go, but had fun to learn a lot. Then we'll definitely be back. Have a good stream. Hey, thank you for hanging out, Nameless Tripod. Enjoy the chat, and I hope you have a good one. Hopefully we'll see you around. Hey there, Aurelia. Hope you're doing well. And Noctum say it's not on the workshop, but maybe Hanu will make a Stationeers script section on his Discord. Oh, sure. Let me see. I can... Okay, let's not do it now because I can't. I'm not the slickest Discord user, and it'll take me a while. But I will write that down actually. First thing we'll have to also then add a Stationeers section. To good old Discord. There we go. Wow. Doing all right. Glad to hear it. And I think the biggest issue for new players is the gas pipes just being called pipes. Well, liquid pipes are called liquid. See, that's the kind of stuff. There's a little bit too much assumed knowledge and understanding. But yeah, there's, like I said, it's better to give too much information than not enough. In liquid, it happened because gas pipes used to be the only pipes, but then they really need to rename them. I would absolutely agree. There's there's large amount of small tweaks that would just really improve the new player experience, because the game is super cool. The game is super fun. The mechanics work well. It is just lovely if designed. And if anything, design-wise, is a visuals visual little detail that I heard another streamer mention of why they have a little bit of trouble getting into this game. Are you really empty? Let's see. And it is just the art style. Because it looks a bit too much like toys. Why won't you see? Oh, sometimes that changes it. Sometimes this changes it. Oh, so previous does nothing. No, okay, now suddenly these change. Fine. But okay, most importantly, that thing is actually empty. That's what I needed. I don't have a white spray can out here, so you'll have to survive for it. Like, bonk. And this thing is kind of fucked. 35 plus moles. Because if you know, just adding a little bit of grittiness to the, a little bit more like matte surfaces. Oh no, that's about the burst. That's what I get for trying to be clever. Dangerously high. Well, it's not much. We could put a few of those moles in there. Yeah, I mean, you're fine. There we go. Pressure is equalizing again. See, this is my super stupid dumb setup here. This is where I've been collecting my waste gases from using the good old school furnace. They remain quite warm. Oh, okay, they're already down to 300 Celsius. I'm just using a heat exchanger because I'm sucking in just really cold oxygen, because the atmosphere is pure oxygen, into a tank. And then I open the valves. And then this thing heats up that thing. And then we got breathable oxygen. Yeah. 300 Celsius. Need an easy bake oven in this game. I like the art style, to be honest. It makes everything very clear and readable. Yes, Neff. I mean, like, I quite enjoy. Oh, and how are you doing? Hey there, Aurelia. I'm doing quite well. Having a pleasant enough morning. Things are going well. Got plans for Christmas set up with the parents and all that. Now, what the hell am I doing here? Right. Suddenly remembered, we ran out of here and then we started doing all the other things on account of, a caution. Just like here, we have a nice simple system of, just putting in some oxygen here. We can do that exchange as well. And see, now this is at 6.7 Celsius because here's our volatiles, also at 6.74, close enough. Because we're equalizing them using a heat exchanger. Because we're just crushing volatile ice, because volatile ice only outputs volatiles. So we have volatiles. We have oxygen that we get currently is from out there. Now this is our proper filtration from our more advanced furnace going into here. Oh, right, yeah, okay, and these have then filtered everything out. I was wondering, how was the temperature? No, nothing. Well, see, we can open up that, let out some more. Oh, we can turn you off. And then we'll, snag some waste gases. And this is our system for aggressively cooling it down. And we're going to have some separate cooling systems so we can then bring these three separately to a room temperature. Because I don't want these two to cool down. And I think it'll be easier to cool down these using the outside than warming these up. So we're going to make sure the gas that we actually filter is around 200 degrees Celsius. See, like that, 230, 230. And we have a separate system here where we have a condensation valve for if it turns to liquid, it goes into this pipe. And I haven't automated it yet, but the idea is that this pipe analyzer will detect if there's liquid inside here. And then it'll turn on the heater, so it turns back into a gas, and then the purge valve will purge it back into the gas system. Nice and simple, like. I did it, B-license. Congratulations, Tater McNuggets. Well done. And yeah, the art style, I do kind of like it, but I do understand why because it looks a bit toy-like. And that's what I mean, like, just, you don't need to change much about anything. It's just some assets of making it, some surfaces look slightly less shiny plastic. You know, the plastic surfaces looking plastic, absolutely fine. But adding just a touch more matte, you know, matte surfaces, give a little bit of grittiness. And I get it, the criticism, but I also personally do quite like it. And here we have this thing set to the gas mixture. We put it manually to 34 and 66, so then we just clickety-clack on. And then we make fuel. Temp inside there is a little low, but that's okay. It does look a little toy-like, yes, but it's focused on clarity, which makes sense to me. Yeah. But it's again one of these things of, you know, thinking about things for like accessibility. Like, or like, not accessibility, but like helping pull in more gamers to the game. Like, again, I understand the choices they made. I'm 2.4 millipascal, close enough. So I just wanna muck about with this one. So now I open you up, and this one starts because yeah, these are all, you know, electric. Because I also want to then automate this system, where the idea is that. Okay, let's focus on one thing at a time. So, I think if they made some surfaces just slightly more matte, that would make bring in more players to the game, which then also would probably bring in more, you know, money to the whole project and so on. Would be lovely. But I do believe priority before that should be put to the in-game wiki, because it really needs more love. Because like I said, certain things I have just been checking out, and I'm like, I have no idea what this is. So I build one, then I have to like try to figure out what is this thing, how does this work. So, because once I know how things work, then the wiki is, you know, it's invaluable, super handy as a reference source. But again, the first player experience could do some tweaking. I can do this quickly. I'm going to alt-tab out to my music service and say, like, no, thank you. There we go. Yeah, this is mildly annoying because now I have to just stare at that thing until I hit 200. And I actually made an accessibility mod for this game. I found the curvature effect on the horizon to be disorienting. So I made a mod that lets you tone it down or disable it. Oh, cool. For me, that's weird, but then again, I've heard about other people having that same problem in other games. Now, the curvature of the horizon can be tickle your brain a little wrong. And it is wonderful that you put that in there. And that is also something I should try to remember in the future if I ever make a game that has, you know, a horizon. So far, everything's been pretty much top-down or side-scrolling 2D. Oh. Well, it's at 19%. He'll be fine. We're gonna wait for that temperature to hit 200. Lord Noctum says I made a smelting room. Electric smelters in booths. Then I vented those booths outside with a heat exchanger to cool the gases. Then through my filter network. I had to add liquid purge valves with the updates. Ah, neat. I've been considering a similar thing, especially for if I put in like deep miners, because they put up dirty ore, so it needs to go through a centrifuge, which will degas the stuff. So I would also thinking that, well, I might want to capture all those gases as well. But yeah, the idea is when the temperature hits, say, goes below 200, then the valve turns off, turbo pump goes on for a little bit, because otherwise, any gas left inside here will start to liquefy and burst the pipes. So we need to suck out a vacuum into here. Now for these guys, we'll do a similar thing, except the other way around, where we have, once we have reached the temperature we want, we have a turbo pump that sucks out the cold oxygen. So then the cooling agent becomes a void. And then we'll probably have electric valves controlling whether or not the coolant is even allowed inside the heat exchange. And that way we can have all of that automated as well, where we, the gas goes in, and then if it's too hot, lets in the coolant. It'll be a little awkward that way, but needs some manual intervention. But it'll work. It'll work acceptably well. We're almost there. Thanks for stream, Hanu. Pretty late here. Gonna go get some sleep. Take care, everyone. Hey, thank you for hanging out with MNG. I really appreciate it. Hopefully we'll be seeing you around in the future. Next stream will be on Sunday. I'll be taking tomorrow off. And it'll be a game jam stream. But now, see, now I have to turn that one off and that one on. No pressure none. Because at first I was thinking I need to have... I probably don't need this one at all. Because we can have this thing run on a timer. Because the pipe is so small, it sucks it into a vacuum in, a second. And now, we can open up this and start filtering this thing out to here. And 200 Celsius, yeah, like I said, because these have the liquid temperatures at around 150, 160. So I think 200 is a good sort of safety number there. But yeah, so once the temperature measured from the tank reaches the desired temperature, the valve turns off, and this thing turns on for like 1 or 2 seconds and turns itself off. And that way we'll have an automatic voiding. Ooh, thank you, Vivenji, for that follow. I really do appreciate it. Have you done any trading in the game yet, Hanu? No, Neff, I have not gotten that far yet. I haven't done any trading, any deep mining, no rockets, no nothing. Still relatively new to the entire game. Having a blast. Ooh, look at that, it's freaking working. Oh, and there's even oxygen still left here. Well, hello there, James. Hope you're doing well. The plan was for today to be Vintage Story, but goddamn Stationeers just pulled me right back in. And yeah, so this is all working. So we need to get this shit cooled, which means we need more steel so we can make more pipes. Yeah. Also, maybe I should finish that airlock I was building. Got confused again. Man, this is me on my ADHD meds. Just saying. Also, I'm considering with the new system, try like adding more complexity to the airlocks. I wonder if I could like code my own. Oh, he's getting all. Oh, he's getting. Jesus Christ!
Stay on target.
Oh no!
Stay on
Did you
target.
drink? Oof. That redeem is there for a reason. God damn, it's loud for me. Hope it wasn't too loud for you. Let me know if it is. But I have inputs for me and inputs to the stream at different temperature levels. Temperature. Volume levels. You probably own airlocks. Yeah, some people do that. And thank you, Lord Nocturne, for the whole stay on target. Yeah, because there's the proximity sensor, and I was thinking, yeah, it'd be fun to have... So depending on which door is open, we'll have a proximity sensor, and then it also detects whether or not you're wearing your spacesuit. Like, so that if I go in here naked, it won't, vent me outside. Alright, these have all reached the seeding stage. Now they aren't all there yet, so... There we go. Heckin' flour. Yeah. Then the little mouth farts. And might as well do that. Ooh, we need a CO2 soonish. But yeah, getting the Harvey in is the eventual plan. Walk outside without your suit on. I've never done that. Hides. Yeah. I do believe I put in a short of it where I was trying to put like change backpacks, and instead I put my suit into a backpack. And I hurt my lungs. Thought I saw you blink, but that can't be possible. No, you probably just changed that. It'll be fine. How are my tools doing, by the way? Alright, so we can do that. See, this is my clock. We're just measuring from a daylight sensor, which apparently you can do inside, the vertical, and displaying that one. And when that number is below 90, the sun is up. Yeah. But okay, we need a advanced airlock circuit board. And I do believe we should have more than enough glass. Oh. Ran out of copper anyway. Heckin' perfect. Bit one. Wee. Oh. Oh yeah, sensors. Oh, there's probably nitrogen in my suit because I keep on taking it off in that room there. Oh, need the one copper. I had just enough. Smelting needs to be done. So now we got a gas sensor, we got our active vents, everything is sort of a-okay. Need power, need... I'm kind of... Okay, eventually... Oh. Maybe we'll try to have a separate system for... like, just doors. Eventually. For now, I do believe I should have some heavy cable in my cardboard box in my back pocket. I do. Wonderful. That and the... undo on. Oh! That's another handy thing, because if you have cables, you know, or like, no, pipes, you're trying to disassemble something using a wrench, it's very annoying when you then accidentally disassemble the freaking frame instead of the thing you were trying to disassemble, because you were aiming poorly. And apparently, once you cover them in plastic, you need a crowbar. And crowbars aren't used as the first tool in quite as many disassemblies, especially things that you disassemble often. So another bonus for the black plastic covered goodies. For now, start removing some bullshit. What? Wrench is the most dangerous tool in the game? Yeah, it's been for me at least. I'm gonna tell you that. Oh, excellent. Whip out the receipts. You see? Crowbar required to deconstruct, covered in plastic. Heck, yeah, but you're not doing anything. So, well. I was about to say, I think, what I really need to make is more lockers, but I think I have. Let's just put them up, I guess. I'm thinking I'd probably, for thematic reasons, or if nothing else, we could, put the locker for power cables and power related things down in the power room. That's what I mean. Why doesn't it always stack things? Sometimes it stack things, but not all the time. Only sometimes. When it feels like it. Now the ice backpack can go back. Actually, you have a whole bunch. You know what? We can make some steel right now. Well, let's finish at least one project. Now this is something, I'm assuming design-wise the memory disk thing, because they have these slots. There must have been some sort of early game concept for coding things, how to make shit work, the data disk, because it doesn't do anything ever in any place. And that's why I'm really happy that the only thing that I only really used it for was to set the console. Then now we can just use a freaking screwdriver. We don't always have to remember where the fuck we left our data disk. Very nice. Also, you should rename these things. Yeah, we don't really care. We'll call this one external. Call them AV now. We do power. Power storage. Power management. And jeez. Oh. Thank you, Keter98.
Nori drank, Nori drank, Nori drank, Nori drank, Nori drank.
Thank you for that
Why
sub.
don't you have a drink?
I really suffered tier 2 for 2 months. Tier 1. Nice. Thank you very much, Keter. I very much appreciate that. And thank you. I will not have a drink right now because that is pure concentrate. I'll have to add some more stuff. And we do main production floor. And I'll have the drink in... Actually, yes, we do this and we pause the game. That was wonderful. I like the fact that the wiki has a pause button. Freaking love it. Especially in the coding space, because coding takes a while, takes a lot of thinking, and the ability to just pause the game so you don't, die while you're trying to figure out your, bitwise and logic. Yep, I'll be right back. I'll go get that drink. What? Hello. And so, cheers, Kidder 98. Chin chin. Oh, by the way, hey there, Star Hero 14. Let's use this item now, and it would be cool to use the data disks as a way to load code onto things or something. Yeah, I assume that's probably how it was. They were like planning to do it. But I do very much understand the way it works now. It's actually really good having the integrated chip. Also, how integrated chips works and all that. It is just a fun sort of gamification of, reality on that in that sense. And it's better to have a sort of centralized place which controls all the devices. Because if you would load the code individually to every device, it would be one hell of a hassle to find one device that has slightly different code. Or if you update the code, you have to do every single device individually. And that would get easily overwhelming to just manage. So you would you would want a centralized location that manages the devices, which then the IC chip does. You only get 128 lines of code. 4096, yeah. You don't need more than that. And you also have a limited amount of inputs and output, like device connections. So yeah, you just need multiple integrated chips to do multiple different things. You don't have a massive central thing. So you're never using one chip to control everything. Yeah. And you can still use the disks as a secret way to activate a system using logic on a dedicated server. But there's also keycards. Yeah. Yeah, it's a silly little nifty mechanic. It very much feels and looks like a little legacy. More than anything. Yeah, using my APC. Neat. Alright, where's my... There we go. Now I'm back in the game proper. Sensor... Exterior, interior... Exterior, interior. Oh. Oh, I'm at 0. Interior and... yeah, power management. No, okay, we're gonna have to change that. Someone thought the logic would not be renamed. Excellent. Now we still need to make one more oh shit kind of situation solution here. Oh, we had a pipe here. Neat. Still haven't done a recycler, so I've also have all these old filters just lying around. Now, what did I need? I needed a one-way valve. Let's see if we have them here. And 2 passive. Because we need a pressure equalizing system now there. Because the batteries do in fact produce enough heat to, cause an effect. Then we need a way to get that shit out of there. There we go. And might as well at the same time. okay, if we're doing it... We'll do a quick gas exchange.
Make sure you grab workers and resources at 75% off. I want to see you wrap your head around hardcore mode someday.
Oh! Done. Add it to the to-do list. Thank you, Lord Noctum. You may see on my welcome base I have a server room that connects to all the other rooms and houses all the IC chips in one place. Ah! That's clever. So 300. No? There we go. Huh? I was kind of hoping to bring this thing in. So I want to paint it white. Alright, I know, and friends, I'm out to bed. Good luck. Well, thank you for hanging out, Lord Nocton. I do appreciate it. And I hope you get a good rest. You get some good sleep, my friend. There we go. Anything else we were bringing with us? We're just gonna put in the oxygen tank, paint it white. Yeah. We have everything else we need. And we run out. With the little fuel we have in the pipes, I'm pretty sure we can make more than enough oxygen. It's steel. Oh. Then you're off. Good. And then they'll slowly get warmed up. They're equalized. And then pumped into here. Absolutely acceptable and good enough. Oh, it's just emptied out. Excellent. Don't have to worry about you. Don't have to worry about you. You guys are just chilling. Problem is, of course, you're at 200 degrees Celsius, so yeah, have to deal with that. And we'll need overpressure valves for all of these. We'll get to it. What could I... cooling down if the pressure is going down. You know what? I just need a second one of these next. That'll be, yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Keep on getting distracted as I do. Let's just get that overpressure valve set up down here. Now, where will it vent? Well, for now, might as well be here. I'm thinking... doing something with this space. So I put floors there, walls here. We could have a walled-in space here. Yeah, alright. Which means this... God damn it. No, don't jump so far. Is where we want to put this guy.
Ihan ok reissu. Vähän kylmä. Olispa kahvia.
Hey there, Tourmalines. Ok reissu, vähän kylmä. Olispa kahvia. Todellakin. I'm on Europa too. Hey there, yeah. Sorry, hero. This is my second sort of planetary run. My first one was on the moon, but then I exploded myself by getting greedy, trying to smelt volatiles in a furnace. Big boom happened, and I learned the hard way. And then we do a one-way valve. Can I put a passive vent directly onto that one? Okay. So if you now that should be okay, because now the outside can't get in, but the inside can get out in case things heat up, because as far as I know, all of those should produce heat. Batteries and the transformers and everything. That's why I want the pressure valve. And then eventually we'll see about linking these into a system to capture that extra heat. And especially because once if we warm up this space, if I remember correctly, then the batteries will drain slower as well. And recovering from one, I accidentally dropped same thing out of a pouch, and it didn't have filters. So I went to make one. Set my crafting room on fire. I died. Crafting room fabricators melted. Storage room stuff melted. Building didn't pop. Friends got me another auto lathe server. All this on stream. Oh, Star Hero, that sounds amazing. Now that is what they call quality content. Nice. Yeah, I've been like just, surviving. I'm like thinking like, oh man, is this, should I do crazier shit? But it's hard to, do crazy shit. Just think like, oh man, if I made more mistakes, that'll be, it'll be more fun for the viewers. And so far, I've been lucky. So this is an access into the gas chamber. Here is an access to main production. And yeah, now this place is enclosed. We'll see how those fare. But I'll be having a good time, Tourmalines, by the way. I think I said that already. And now we need large amounts of steel. We do have a locker. I don't want to have my locker too close to this space because, explosions. So we can have one here. It's kind of funny because the locker usually is green when you have it and it's halfway inside a wall, which means you can't touch the shit. Which, okay, I guess in this way, yeah, okay, we would have the actual wall behind it. But for now, that'll do. We can still use our arc furnace. Everything it's been funny because that's why I have all the carbon dioxide and pollution, pure ice, because I smelt things in this one. It gets leaked out, but it's so freaking cold, it all melts down anyway. Get rich, make another base secretly. Screw up, get clicks. Yeah, you did. Thank you, though. There. I hope you're having a fantastic day yourself. Hey, I'm having a good one. No, I didn't like to chat yesterday, but I think we're all okay with that. We've learned to forgive. We hope. Okay, so this one has lead. Yeah, we got enough for some. So that is 2 stacks of steel. That's 3 stacks of steel. Stellite wanted silver, silicon, cobalt. Pressure, nothing too insane actually. Temperature a little high. I think we can achieve this. Maybe not on this, but we'll tree. We'll tree. We will tree. We will see. And then if I open this guy... Wait, no. Hey, we'll bring the ice with us. We'll have a look at maybe try to make that stellite, because we do have the silver, the cobalt, and it wasn't nickel. But we'll do the steel, and we'll see what we got left afterwards. So if you put... So you get to hang out here. You get to hang out there. We need to make more of these freaking hard mining backpacks, and then have a cardboard box inside a cardboard box filled with nothing. Of freaking backpacks. Oh. How much iron did you have? We could do that. Don't know if that's someone needed copper. Something did run out of copper just now, didn't it? There we go. Then we got 4 sets of steel. Each one of those makes 200 grams of steel, I do believe. So that'll be 800. Is there a maximum ingot size? I do not know. Let us find out. Forgiveness is not a thing nowadays. Never seen what they do to you over social media from 10 years ago? Yeah. The world is full of horrors. I guess we can preheat it using this. I guess we can smelt the copper with that, to be honest. And yesterday I had no power for 17 hours. Then once that came back, no internet for another 5 to 6. Oh, Tourmaline, that sucks. I hate it when the infrastructure fails you. Oh, got output was maxed. There we go. No output, only input. Now the pressure isn't really the impossible thing, so I guess we can just chuck in a whole bunch of shit. I think there might be a maximum ingot size, so we'll do these in 2 stacks. Yeah, it doesn't need to be hot enough right now. We can heat it up soon when as we pump in something different, which is leftover fuel from in there. And 2 nights ago, a tree fell down by my house. It went between the house and 2 sheds and 1 truck, and hit nothing. No one heard it in the middle of the night. Thank God for my life. Ooh, hot diggity dog. Now that is a lucky one. 2 nights ago. You are standing. As in me, the human being? Yes, I am. Got a standing desk. I streamed sitting down for almost a year. Then I recently upgraded to a standing desk and then stayed that way for a while. Then I suddenly realized and remembered, wait, I got a freaking standing desk, don't I? Now let's see how this works. So if we turn that one off, and this guy, yeah, is empty.
Power low.
Will that be enough? Good idea. Yeah. Easy to stand over time. Absolutely. I mean, for me also, because I've done like manual labor, worked in the factories, that kind of stuff. So I'm used to being on my feet. Except, then after I got into the whole IT business, learning coding, streaming, that kind of stuff. It affected a little bit. There we go. What's the pressure? Getting a little high. We can output a little. And then also standing desk wise, I also used to work at a hotel at one point as a reception kind of call center, kind of deal with everything kind of thing. And that's the first time I worked in a computer with a standing desk. So yeah, like anything, practice makes perfect. I recommend, I'm currently standing on a just folded over yoga mat, because spending a lot of time on your feet and not having like shoes and not being moving around as you would in, say, construction or working at a factory and so on, your heels, oddly enough, are the ones that really start to hurt. Now, it's been a while that I started doing this, and my heels are getting more and more desensitized, used to it. But having something soft to stand on is actually very good and important. I recommend having more like rather something soft to stand on rather than having, say, shoes. Because let's see here. Is that enough? Because shoes will affect how the arch of your foot bends and all that kind of stuff. Rather, if you just have a yoga mat or there's different rubbery, soft things you can stand on, designed for this kind of stuff. And that yoga mat works just fine, in my opinion. There we go. Steel has been prepared. I'm gonna make sure that should get empty. Balancing out, pressure is going up a little, but not too much. Now I can pause this and check on the chat. And sheesh, yeah, that would have been no good. I tend to fear that too. There's a tree surrounding the entire house. Tall Douglas firs and pines. Another night, we had 20 miles per hour winds, like 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts. Ooh, that's horrifying. I'm out in WA, crazy wind sometimes. Ooh. My C5 to 7 is going. I'm coding, using seats. No joke, your posture can kill you, absolutely. Slowly trying to break my spinal cord. Yeah, standing desk is good, and I guess that is because, I like to sit around as much as anyone else. But I also realized with me doing streaming, also the standing desks has helped because, well, for one, I need to use my voice, so having my sort of core open rather than like slouch is easier for that. And it's easier for me to like maintain energy this way. It's, it is the designed posture for the human animal, not, just for people. So so standing desks can take some getting used to. Like I said, I have experience in the past from standing desks, and I've done and I've worked in other industries and other positions where I also spend a lot of time on my feet. You know, compared to like people who work at a store, they might also be on their feet all day, but they're walking around. So that's one of the things. So why you want something soft to stand on kind of the whole, because you're not walking around. So a lot of your weight is still just focused on just one point, which is then usually your heels. Yeah, that is why I also wiggle around sometimes, because it's good for you. And also, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do everyone gets a free stretch. We have the stretch routine. Let's do it proper. There we go. Hold the mic a little bit. So a good stretch. We start with getting just the upper body. You know, I'm pulling back here, and I'm also pushing to the forward here, but to stretch the shoulder and upper back kind of thing. 1. And then we open. Goes the other side. Now, again, these are the things. I have the benefit of being a sort of streamer, so there's interaction with an audience that does help me then remember to do posture checks and some stretches. Do this a few times. But if you're on your own, it's a good idea to have a timer or something, like just a phone alarm, like, hey, yo, do a stretch. I'm like, well, we have to do the stretch now. And then you do it. And then core, spine again. I usually hold my hands like this just to help me sort of keep my upper body as a square, because it is like hips facing forward, your feet sort of at the same width as your shoulders. You try to keep your hips so that they don't spin with you. Keep them where they are, and then you twist your upper body. And this way, stretch the spine and your core muscles. Change directions. There we go. And then, of course, the lower back itself. Which we do with the good old touch your toes. Or, try to. You don't actually have to touch those. Move forward. And go very stiffly into the other side here. If you have to bend your knees, that's okay. Like I have difficulty keeping my knees straight when I kind of my knees are just a little bit fucked up. We're just born that way. So it's something that hurts in the actual tendons in the knees rather than feeling the stretch in the thighs, butts, and lower back. Sometimes you have to just do a little bit of adjusting to make sure you feel that stretch in the correct spots. There we go. Bam. I took posting Achilles, so I break my spinal cord. I'm praying that I can be changed, but it's getting bad. Bad way in life. Stable. Working on it. Right now, I'm still strapped for cash. The only thing I have is a dresser that's a bit tall to use as a desk. A very warped desk that can only take my second monitor. Other falls over. Honest God, you started teaching me. Because my head is tilted to the left. A lot of my second monitor's on that side, and my neck, thought is collapsing. Ah! Yes. Well, I'm glad if I can help. And I also have, my own joint issues from, some of these things, like my knees they were just born that way. They bend a bit too much in the wrong direction, and sometimes, some things which should be like a normal stretch instead bring me intense and scary pain. Because when you feel pain in your actual tendon, that's, you're not supposed to feel those. So, trust your body. Just because someone says this is a normal stretch and actually brings you pain, don't do it. Find the place where it stretches, where you feel the stretch where it's supposed to be. Don't just do the rote movement because everyone tells that this is the movement. Everyone's body is different. And same with, how you work. You find a way to sort of work. Especially with the standing desk, you want your arm to be sort of say, I relax here. they're slightly more than 90 degrees from like straight arm to, at the, what's this called? Is that the shoulder, the elbow? So slightly more than 90. And that's sort of where I work. So that way I can relax my shoulders and just bend my elbows and get my most of the work done. Every now and then, of course, you get a little excited, get a little hunched. It happens. By the time, without relax, get back to it. My main monitor could be a little bit higher because I'm looking down a little bit. Then I have two other monitors. One where I have the chat, one for checking OBS, making sure my internet connection remains and stream is working the way it should. And that one could be a little taller so that I'm not looking too much down, but looking a little bit down is fine. And I have my screen here, and I have a cardboard box beneath it to just lift it up a little bit. And honestly, I have the crazy story of having a backpack on for years with shit until something changed way back a year ago. It's been getting worse slowly. Damn, that sucks. But yeah, it seems like you're aware of the issue, which I'm guessing would be your posture and working like positions and so on. And like you said, it's slowly breaking your spine. It can be hard to take that first step. I know it's weird, but it can be, and it's completely normal to start changing your environment, and especially the way you work, the way you hang out. Or like just play games or work with a computer. And like I said, I have a cardboard box on the table to lift up my main screen here. The second one actually has a stand that you can lift it up and twist. I bought it at a thrift store, nice and cheap. Not the highest resolution, but it's for just displaying text, so it's fine. And here's what with working desks and other things, yeah, you can always put, you can layer things on top of each other. I know there's at least someone who has a like standing desk they made themselves from also just, they have their normal desk, they put boxes on top. And then they have their like keyboard on top of that box. That is, if you want that and that you think that'll work for you. But it sounds like you have an issue with the second screen and then you tilt your neck a little bit too much, in your opinion. Then, pile up stuff. You don't always have to have the money to buy the fancy new desks. I got lucky. Mrs. had some money and there was a discount, so we bought this desk. It was a gift, and now, yeah. And yeah, then if you can, get your nails, get your hand on some like tools, hardware, nails, some wood, you can build your own little extension thingy to get your, screens at a height that you need them to be. Yeah, actually, I just wonder if I'm just standing and not using a chair for this thing. Yeah, standing can help a lot. Especially because, it will also then, you'll notice like, oh no, like, oh, why wasn't I like I say like back hurting on the right side? And that is when it's good to do your stretches, move around. Remember, just wiggle your hips or something, just to make sure your entire body completely in itself just moves every now and then. Because, again, the human animal is designed to be upright. So, listen to your body, trust that thing, wiggle around. Stay moving a little bit, and then those pains, as long as you respect the pain, if it hurts, like really hurts, then, be careful with it. But if it's just like achy, it could just be, a certain support muscle has become weak. Because everyone's so focused on, your lats, your big muscles, all the things that can like maintain yourself. But there's so many small ones there as well that maintain balance, maintain, upper posture, these kind of things. And if you've always been like sitting down, leaning to the side a little bit, there's like these small support structures that then they get weakened. And then remember, yeah, it might be awkward, especially if you're not used to it. And the transition can take some time. Stabilize at a screw, yes, leaning, that's the thing. Because that's also, because when I start like losing posture when I'm standing, I am become aware of it much easier than when I'm sitting. Because when I'm sitting, it's very easy to see. You end up slouching, leaning, and then I was just there, and suddenly I realized, like, why does my neck hurt? Oh, wait, because I'm freaking Quasimodo here, I'm going full shrimp. Which is slightly harder to do when you're standing, because it feels like increasingly awkward. It's much easier to like just relax. And then like, oh no, I'm slouching but standing. Well, easy fix. There we go. That's what's happening. And I notice it and feel dumb walking down the street. Yeah. Yeah, it happens. Because, you have a certain level of, I think the word is proprioception, so knowledge of sensing of your body and its position. And when you're sitting down, it seems that, at least for me, messes you up a little bit. Oh shit, we needed the silicon. Oh no, I smelted all my silicon now, didn't I? Pressure is... Yeah, input's been drained. Good. We can turn off input. Open up output a little bit. Bring that down to 30. Close enough. Now we'll have a quick look-see to see can I even do what I was hoping to do, and the answer is no. Unless... Fuck yeah. We'll do it 4 and 6, so we run back here, have a quick look-see. Alright. Pause again. So we need quarter silver, quarter cobalt, 1/2 silicon. And it produces oh, there it says stack size 5. Okay, so 500 is the maximum. So good thing I made those in 400s then. Yeah, who's in for Halloween? Oh, yeah, it's easy to like go full shrimp, go Quasimodo. Okay, we'll do this literally. So 50. Oh, our pressure is actually too high, and that's okay. And then we need some temperature, which we can hopefully achieve by just pumping in more fuel. Let's see here. Pressure 10 to 20. Half cobalt. 25 cobalt, 25 silver. Cobalt. But here as well, you can see that I'm leaning right now. But even this is it's a whole body lean. It's not like I'm just not like. And even these things, I do for a while, then I just change lean, change position, which happens much far more easily and naturally than if I was, in a chair. Get pressure down to 10. Because once we pump in some fuel, it's gonna increase. But we got everything we need for the stellite. Don't remember what I wanted the stellite. Oh right, yeah, for making bigger batteries. And now, I open you up, and we hope there's enough fuel. Left in the pipes. It's looking a lot like they might not be. Nope, there's some. Oh, again? God dang it. 1.2, 1.21. A little bit left in there as well. And 4 volatiles. And 2 oxides. Pressure's going up. Input this maxed out.
Hunger critical.
Oh no, the numbers are going bad. Now output a bit. So we have damn. Getting that shit hot is hard. Come on. My vitals are going low. Okay, now the temperature's good. Was there for a sec. That's all we needed. Pressure going up. Temperature inside there is kind of crazy high. We'll let the volatiles finish burn. Okay, I mean they'll also burn in there. Okay, temperature's going down, pressure's going down. Yep, that'll be fine. Skeleton, the copper, and a whole bunch of steel. Now, who wanted steel? We now wanted steel here for pipes, pretty much. Okay, well, let's go deal with our weak human needs. Oh, and all that only made 25 Gs of freaking stellite. It's weird that annoying that you can like drink your water bottle, say that in like small amounts. But you can't do it with your
Hunger caution.
with your water fountain. Oh, the spuds are done again. Soybeans should all be beanie. 3 spuds. Oxygen is pretty high in here.
Power low.
I'm always a little afraid of, random mass explosions. What if the oxygen is too high? What if there's a small, tiny electric spark? Freaking Harvey. Come on, come on, come on. Oh. Get that hygiene up.
Power low.
We do this. We do that. We do flush.
Critical. Pressure critical. Temperature critical.
Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. There we go. There we go. So we're fed, we're hygiened, we're good to go. There we go. So. Suits up. Gas tank is good. Filters would be neat. Now, for us to finish the cooling system there, we need the insulated pipes. Need a piece of silicon, or more silicon too. I'll do that one there just because I can't be bothered with this guy. Okay, I'll put that shit, whatever's inside you, and do it quickly, please. Things are getting way too cold in there. I don't want anything to turn liquid. They're both closed. Everything is closed. It's empty. That one has a teeny weeny piece of fuel inside. Heck, no. Oh. Oh, that didn't get thrown all over the place. At least not just yet. And the tiny piece of copper goes here, and I do believe a large one here. One gold and yeah, you're the one stellite. So there you go. You know, I also want some basic pure gold. I feel like we had. Oh, you're empty actually. Let's look inside here and take you with us. We'll get around to it. I think there's something other things we might have want the stellite and shit for, but I'll have to wait. Probably should have told the machine to stop for just a wee bit. Well, we have 2 digital valves. We're gonna want one more of those. One more small heat exchanger. Yeah. Yeah. There we go, a digital valve. Need one more of those. And one more small heat exchanger. Then we can continue getting the cooling system. Yeah. I think that should be enough because we got the well, one IC chip in here, and the entire system should, keyword should, hopefully work. Just have to do a tiny bit of there we go. So this is the cooling. Digital valves for these guys. It's not for these guys, it's for the cooling. The cooling needs to be even further away. There's a digital valve here in between. There we go. Huh. Hey, the little Black Draco 6. What do the blue machines do? Oh, these ones? They make two... these are then they're heat exchanger. So one gas goes on this side, one gas goes on this side. And then they start equalizing their temperatures. I will be using these to cool down the gases inside here. Because here we cool... Using the large one here to cool the gases inside here to around 200 degrees Celsius. Where they don't... Where everything is still a gas. It's hot enough to maintain these two as in gas forms, even though this one has an emergency system in case it starts turning liquid, so it goes back into a gas. Whereas these three, I would like to cool down to more room temperature levels. So then these are getting their own separate systems for each of them, for cooling them down. And then we have the valves here to make sure whether or not we want to allow for cooling agent to be, cooling them down. The cooling will be taken from the outside because we're on Europa, so we just use European atmosphere. And the... Let's see here. Is that too far? That is too... No. That's perfect, actually. Because this way, then, we don't have to... Ah, come on. There we go. See, because then this pipe will be connected by this thing up here. Then we'll have a turbo pump that can, similar to this system, that can empty out the pipe filled with the super cool air from the outside. And that way, when the cooling pipe is empty, we can then turn all these valves on or off, so that this one will be getting cooling, or yes, or it will not be getting cooling. And that way we don't have to have a separate valve for the gas that comes from the tanks. So this will always have gas from the tanks, but the cooling will be either have the cooling gas or a void vacuum. Sorry. Put these there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because this one is also getting gas from the outside. But I'm using the large one just because I happen to have one in storage. And it gets the job done pretty quickly, because usually the temperatures of the gases coming from up there are above 1,000 degrees Celsius. So having a large one, it just cools it down so much faster. And here, once it's reached the temperature I want, I turn off this valve, and then I use the pump here to drain out all the gas from inside there so it doesn't turn liquid, because the outside atmosphere is super freaking cold. Cold enough to turn a lot of gases liquid. So now, I wonder, can I save on a tiny piece of pipe? I just put this in here. Actually, I probably can. But then it breaks my aesthetics. So, that is another part of me and my designs. I end up wanting things to be somewhat symmetrical there, looking good for in a way that I like. Not always the smartest way to do things. Now for this one, we want to go forward with
Happy
one.
Friday, bud.
Heather Ugla. Nice seeing you around. Happy Friday to you as well. Hope you had a good time. I also had a beer yesterday. It was very tasty. I hope your beer was a delicious one as well. Where's the wrench? There we go. What? Come on. It was absolutely fantastic. Ooh, glad to hear that, friend. Absolutely fantastic. Wonderful. Good to hear. See if we can get this. Yep. So now the coolant pipes. Then the actual gas pipes. I think we can just continue this one all the way to the wall and down again. Or potentially all the way out. Ooh, we did have more pipe. Good, good, good. Oh, and these two. I should go more than far enough out for that to function. Oh wait, no, that silly bee. That won't work. Now will it? It would have been nice if we could have saved a couple of pipes. There we go. No! Very tragic. There we go. There we go. There we go. So now these pipes are connected up there. We'll need to get them all painted, and then the cooling. Trying to think of what is the Doesn't really matter, we only have one pipe. And that is not enough. Now what's inside? You got white. There we go. Got the gray. Come on. Get on there. We should have... There we go, the black. There we go. Get it all color-coded. We don't have a decent coolant color, so it'll be just waste color for now. I'll get all those wired. Run the wires along that corner there, I think. And then next, I do have one IC chip here, but I mean, it hasn't been coded yet. Wiring, you guys go here, then you connect with the turbo pump as well. Oh, I think you were done anyway, weren't you? No, actually. Wump. Yeah, go nuts. Okay. Yeah, some pollutants and other things that we didn't want. Yeah, escaped into the atmosphere because of burst pipes. Now we need to find a place for our friend. Where's that friend? Oh, I put him here, didn't I? Yeah, good old turbo. Oh, and there's a whole kit of 20. Noise. I thought we were all out of pipes, but I was wrong. Should I sleep or keep going? This game is more addicting than one more block. It's more like one more problem to solve. I know, right? It is exactly that kind of freaking problematic game. But it is a fun one. Most enjoyable indeed. And I do believe we don't. Alright, so we're going to have to get another insulated vent. Passive vent, I think. Now the problem is, we could stick this guy up here. And that means we absolutely have to be able to get to it. Now we could set up some stairs and a platform on top of here. You got those stairs coming down. Maybe just a ladder. I think we're gonna do that actually. Then we can have let's see here. Let's see here. Maybe that'll be better. Let's see, where's that wrench? Now the 5 goes too far. Put down a 3. Followed by pump. followed by I think that should be enough. Alright, next step, wire it all together. We have so much heavy freaking cable. I made so much heavy cable and wired everything with heavy cable before, well, the extra thick stuff came out. Now I just need normal cable. Yeah. Glad to see you're human in the game, not the easy mode robot. I just got the vanilla version of the game, so even if I could be a robot, I still probably wouldn't. Now we need that cable. Now we gotta try to figure out what to do with all this heavy cable for now. Oh man, there's so much heavy cable here too. Sweet Jesus. Right, let's do a... Yeah, we need that silicon. Make one more of those. Now, a normal one might be enough. We're gonna use these anyway. Now to say it would be interesting to play as the Z race, the Rallian, yeah. They breed the volatiles, mount a cohabitat base. Yeah, that would be quite the challenge. I believe Discount Engineer and Urban Venture, they were playing a multiplayer version of the game. They also had a third friend along. And there, Urban Venture is new to the game. He was playing human. Discount has been playing this game for a while. He was playing the Zerakian, the Z guys, and then the third guy was playing a robot. And that seemed a pretty fun one, because then they have the challenges. They built like a courtyard and they had their own like separate bases. An acquaintance to try that once with a few friends. His hair blew up every few days. Well, that sounds like a fun challenge, to be honest. That'll hopefully be enough. There you go. I was thinking, wait, can I put these through here? I can. Excellent. Yeah, I need to make those ladders too. Oh, well, all in due time. There you go. Now these guys are linked here. Yep. Oh. There we go. There we go. So now they all got their power and logic linked to this piece of wire. I think we'll link it to this one. It was a weekly celebration of the alliance of the two races. They took one out of the books from the old American ritual of throw bombs in the sky. Thankfully, I thought the other rural ritual of throwing bombs in the ground won't happen. Yep. Ooh, and yep. I'm gonna need one more valve. Because I don't want to use the turbo pump to fill up this pipe, because I will overpressurize the shit out of it in no time. So, one more digital valve. And we'll have to take that guy out, I think. Or this one.
Hunger caution.
To do a bend. I can probably take this one out, and then we'll have... Oh, we need to take both, of course. So that we can do a similar system that we have here. So, there's a secondary valve way all the way around. Yeah. But this base is kind of done, I think. Might do with some paints, could do with some... Yeah, we're going to rename all those valves. Yeah, we can do that now. Then we can get rid of this guy. So you are... Oxygen. Oxygen cooling. Whoop. Digital valve. You might want to paint that. That's fine. You are... CO2 cooling. Nitrogen. Nitrogen cooling, digital valve. And because the turbo pump will probably have to change place. We don't need to name that one yet. We need one more digital valve. And then we'll see if we can make all that work with Go. Now, all those... We need more IC chips, so that'll have to have its own chip. Needs copper. Oh, we had a little bit of copper. Melt away, friend. Melt away. Some gold was needed. The electronics guy. And here we need the digital valve. 15 bits of pipe should hopefully be enough. Turn it off and on again. Have some quick access to more copper. Should be enough. I don't think I can just literally leave you on. Right. There we go. So we just remove this pipe and we'll leave that one for now. Or not. Let's see here. You go there. Okay. Let's do one of these so we can just see what's happening. Then we'll have yeah. Here's a question. Which way? Digital valve. And turbo pump. Get the wire in there. We'll have to make one of these.
Hydration critical.
Ah, yeah, that. There. You see now, yeah, we got power, we got control. I think it's all coming together. Now we just need the pipes, and I was thinking, I'll put a fiber just in case, because I'm not sure we're all going to build out there. And we need the renaming for cooling in. I'll just cooling turbo volume pump, and this is the cooling in. Digital valve. Cooling. Let's call it Atmo. So we want to pull in the coolant. We open that one pretty much, and then the outside atmosphere fills up this pipe. And when we're done, we close that valve, we turn that one on, and it sucks out a vacuum. And while there's vacuum, that's when these valves can choose which one of these is going to get cooling. So we'll have like a cycling phase of where we check who is going to get cooled. Well, this says at Atmo. I mean, while it's a vacuum in there. Then when we have chosen the ones we want to cool, that valve opens. Once cooling has been achieved, so essentially it has an awkward sort of switching phase that'll happen when we want to choose which one to cool off, but if we automate it should work just fine anyway. Now we're gonna run. And I think this system should work. Coding all of that will be fun. A good thing we made more steel, because yeah, we need to make those wall kits. We need what, 9 times 2, 18. So I'm not entirely certain what to do with the space above here, but these are all frames, and they all gotta go. So, let's enjoy some fries. Drink from the delicious, lovely fountain. Have a shower with our jetpack on. Make some French fries. Make even more French fries. Hey there, Knapzor. Why you naked? Why not? Is the real question, Knapzor. Why not naked? In space, especially when you have a shower. I mean, like, what, you don't shower naked? Hmm. And where's that helmet? There it is. We'll empty those mouth farts. And oh right, see, well, we make the hard suit, which we need. What do we need for the hard suit? We can code that thing, right? And I was wondering if we do a hard suit and we add a code logic and we have a sensor for detecting whether when you are inside, say, the greenhouse. Okay, we have a little bit of stellite actually. We could make almost. We need astroloy. So we could then make an astroloy is copper and steel and cobalt. Okay, so for this one we have to first make some steel, then break it down using a stacker, for example. Other than that, oh, the pressure. Oh, I could probably make that happen by just pumping in oxygen from the waste tank. I mean, oxygen, the air, the waste gases, because they're above 1,000 degrees Celsius, and this one needs to be above 700. I do shower naked, it's more effective. Absolutely, yeah. Because otherwise, clothes get all soggy and the dirt doesn't really get away because, it doesn't get rinsed. Very tricky. Showering with your clothes on. Now I feel like trying to do this thing. I do believe I have. Oh, I don't have any copper though. So, goodbye for that plan then. We tried. Oh. Nah, but... Yep. Wonderful. We do need the double bomb. Yeah, exactly. That is absolutely what I meant. Yeah, what the gold for the electrics, so we can make a even bigger battery. But we don't need it right now do we? We need this one though. We do already have one integrated chip in the laptop just waiting to go. But we're gonna need another one. And I think it'll be safer and simpler. Wait, these chips can control each other as well, right? Because they can take each other as input, so we can have a one chip. Okay, so you can have all these like individual systems, and then like a master chip that then controls all of those. Now, isn't that a fun idea? See, now I need to hide the mouth farts. Do that. 400 grams of steel here. The left fan on the crafter. I do not trust it. I 100% agree with you, Gnapsor. There's something really fishy about that guy. I won't actually store these here. Good old get distracted and, you know, plan for the future for a thing that we're totally not supposed to be doing right now. Yeah, but one of the reasons I wanted to do this so we can have the steel for the alloy making, and we notice it's needed some steel in here. For some kit walls. Iron, copper. I was back in, and I realized that, you know, why make 200 walls when thanks to the making an ingot at 50 Gs, we can just make 50 walls like that. Yeah. Go ham. Lovely. Now why the right? I'm here for looking at coding, and before I forget. Heavy one wants Stellite. We'll make do with the medium one for now. Oh, and we really need to make that freaking recycler and shit at some point. And that is for when we start looking into the whole deep miners and stuff as well. Still haven't built even like the simplest like deep miner chip, so I got no idea about the sort of state of the local area. Okay, you're done. Okay, so I think it's time to get confused at coding. Alright, we need to design these. Oh, and also we need more lights in here, but that's fine. Oh. We should also then wire up every tank to this system as well. The problem is, though, we get a maximum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inputs, right? We got 1, 2, 3 tanks and then 3 valves. So that means we'd have one separate chip that controls all of those. I do know there's like, wasn't there like batch readers? So that reads all the things of a certain type. Now, can a chip do the same thing, or do we need a batch read? No, but it then also like combines all the things too now, doesn't it? So I was wondering, like, could we use the sort of like logic that this looks at all tanks, and then add if something has reached some certain point, then they like, so we like detect internal temperature. If internal temperature of tank is, below our target or above the target, then we'd add that to, say, a stack. And then we've gone through that logic. We look at what's in the stack, and with a similar logic that goes through all possible valves. And if they have like a matching ID, that valve is opened. The morning IC10 chip can do anything a logic chip can do, and much more. Well, thank you, Bailey and Elaine. Yeah, so I was just wondering, but if we do the batch reading, does that like combine all the inputs, or do we get an array or a list kind of situation? Like, can we use a single logic input to go through multiple things? Or is every single input always sort of tied to one single device? Because how many IDs can like a tank have? So we can have its name and the prefab hash. So if we look at all prefab hashes of these, and the batch writing can either be average, sum, minimum, or maximum. Okay, yeah. But I don't care about the writing as much as we just care about the reading. Like, I was thinking, like, can we use the prefab hash to then identify which tank we're looking at? So I was just wondering, like, if I could put this entire thing I'm sort of thinking into one single chip, but it looks like it'll be better if we have one chip that only controls the tanks and their valves. Because we have 3 tanks and 3 valves. That won't work though. Because we need more outputs. Dude, I'm thinking about rounding the Twitchers into a server and all of us playing separate bases. You ever interested? Hey, could be interesting. At some point. So far, I'm still, learning the game, so I'm doing some solo shit. But a multiplayer run could be interesting. I have been also approached by others as well. But it could be fun. And LB will be all of the same thing. If you want specific tanks, that's load batch names. Load batch will be all of the same thing. Specific tanks. Load batch named. LBN lets you set the name of it to load, but you also get specific hash. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering here. Like, can I, with a single input, load in 3 tanks? Yes or no answers, please. And then, from those 3 tanks, I identify which one has a temperature above a certain limit. remember which one that is, add it to registry, for example. Then find its associate, using that registry, find its associated valve from a list from a single input. One line of code? No, I don't think so. No, I don't care they want the code, but the device inputs on the chip itself. I think only if they have the same name.
We brought levity to each other's lives.
Alright?
But there's a lot more to life than that, and I
Okay. Bale and Element on the YouTube side saying LBR0 hash structure station battery.
in common over
Ratio average will give the average charge of all small station batteries. Yeah. Okay, so batch we can read multiple things, but they always will average them together, sum, or so on. Find hash, name, and F1. Find variable hash, name the world. Yeah. Yeah, that's not the issue here. Okay, sorry, Hero. Yeah, because I was wondering, can I use a single, chip, essentially, with a single input to just identify which of my 3 tanks, or in fact, all of them, or none of them, do they have their temperature above, say, 30 degrees Celsius? Currently, they're pretty much all around 200. Above 200. And if the answer is yes, I want them to open that digital valve and send out a signal that we're, dealing with these valves now. Because when it's cool enough, then I want them to first send then out a signal to close the input valve on the coolant, turn on the turbo pump to void the coolant, and then close valve. Well, we can use LG average mode. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't want their averages, because one of them tanks might be too hot, one of them might be cool enough. And if the average value, well, I don't know which one's going to be cool. Which one do I need to separately cool, and which one should be cut out from the cooling? I was wondering, can I use more? Can I use what is the smallest amount of chips I could use? So we'll just have to use multiple chips. So we'll have one chip which would look at the tanks. Yeah. We'll have to have one chip that separately looks at the tanks. So to check tank 1, are you above X temp, and if yes, do thing. Then check tank 2, tank 3, etc. Exactly. Yes, Bale and Alamein. Defined an LBean because you need to be specific. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking here. Because I was just wondering, could I, how do the batch systems work? Do I get an array of tanks and then I can check them individually? But if the batch gives us always a summed together amount, their average or their minus amounts and so on, well, that means that's not accurate enough for me to be able to identify which tank is the thing. So we're going to have 2 separate chips. We're going to have one that checks the temperatures. If one of them is low enough, then it can send that information to the second chip to deal with the valve. But always when a valve gets its state changed, they first go through the coolant voiding cycle, pretty much. Yeah, so there'll be multiple chips. One to check the tanks and control the turbo pump, and that valve, and a second to control the valves up top. Because I was just wondering, if I could abstract the tanks and the valves by having them have references, names that refer to each other, so that that works with the stack using push pop or peak register SP. Yeah, push pop, that kind of stuff, using the stack. But the problem was still that if I can't get a list of the individual tanks and their individual values on account of the whole, them not being, because then I need these separate inputs. One per tank, because if we take in as a batch, I'm assuming they all would be summed together minus their averaged, and I know that you don't need them averaged or summed together. SB stack pointer. I'm assuming that will be just the value for where in the stack that pointer is. Similar to like an array's, list number. Well, yeah. Pointers in general, I guess. So. Why does the game do this sometimes? There we go. Now I'm back in here properly. I think it's... Oh! It leaves me inside pause mode. I did not know that was a thing. Neat. You have a disk, right? What do you mean with a disk? A Discord? Yeah, I do. I'm Alien Lemaine there on the YouTube side. Place the stack memory for the provided device. Seeks directly for the provided device ID and clears the stack memory of that device. Use the provided device attempts to read the stack value of the provided address and place it in the register. Value at the top of stack and decrements SB. Yeah, handy. Disk is the Discord, yeah. If so, I'll post a script that'll kind of do what you're looking for. It might not work out of the box, but it should give you an idea of how it looks. Ooh. Yeah. Let's see. I don't think I have it on my YouTube side. Give me a quick sec. I'll alt-tab. There. We go here now. Because I'm on my Twitch side. There's a link in my thingy. Which should work. I gotta open freaking Discord here. Get us a doctor's appointment in an hour. Hey, no worries, Bailin. Thanks for hanging out. And I can't do it through here. Okay. And I should be a Discord invite for you. It'll work for one, so let me know if you need another one. If nothing else will help you, it'll help you find it. So back in the game. All right, you're talking to voices again. I am Knapzor. Strange YouTube voices. So, poke stores the provided value at the provided address in the stack. Oh, okay. So poke is register the value at the top of the stack. So peek gives us the value, pop gives us the value and deletes it, and poke writes stuff in the provided device. Attempt to put the write the provided value to the stack at the provided address. Cool. LB. Loads logic type from all output network devices with the provided type hash using the provided batch mode. Average, sum, minimum, maximum. Can use either the word or the number. Yeah, so the average value all sum together their smallest value or the highest value. Load logic type from all output network devices with the provided type hash. Yeah, that won't work. Because then I have no way of identifying which tank was the one. Alright, so we'll do... Oxygen tank would be D0. Then we'll have would be D1 and these D2. And if we if any one of those is too hot or too cool, yeah, then we'll set a value forward to the valve manager will be D3 in this case. Right, there's 6, so the last one will be D... There's no D6, right? So it'll be D5. And... let's see here. So there's 2 more. So if any one of these require change, they'll turn on the pump. And turn off the valve. So they will have coolant pump, VD3, well, it will D4. Now let's have a look at think about the logic that we're working on here. So we have the oxygen tank, the CO2 tank, the nitrogen tank. If their temperature is something, so temp check R0 and was it define how we made like constants? define target temp as 274 is 0. 500 Kelvin. And then we do L into to start temp check oxygen tank temperature. Then ratio 1 if A is less than B. Alias what? Wait, thank you, Star Hero 14, for that follow. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. So temperature goes here, then we do a kind of like valve state into, say, R1. Nice chatting with you. Have fun. I'm going to bed. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Star Hero. And I hope you get your, I hope things go well with your back and spine. And hope you get some good rest, my friend. Sleep well. So we're going to valve state into R1 here, right? Oh, we can't have underscores? Fine. And the defines can be the same as this one. There we go. So load the temperature from the oxygen tank into the temp check. Then we SLT into valve state if A is less than B. If the temp check is less than the target temp. So we double check that was for the SLT. If A is less than B, register 1. No, actually we should then be A is greater than B. Or we just change the order here. It'll be fun. There we go. So now the valve state should be sort of correct. If the target temperature is above temp check, so it's too hot. If A is less than B, otherwise it's 0. If A target temperature is less than the temperature check, so it is too hot, is higher than that one, then we register 1 into here. And do you believe the valve states, so if the valve has 1, then it's open, 0 is closed. Hello, how are you today? Hey there, Carpethites. We're doing well. We are finally getting into some more lovely in-game coding now, aren't we? Hope you're doing well yourself. Cheers. Still have a little bit of drink left. SZ a... Oh, lesson 0. Okay, cool. Doing all right? Glad to hear it. I think we can probably just use binary logic here, right? So we'll have the first bit. Wait, oh yeah, this is a big endian system, right? So we do right to left. I have to remember that one. Not left to right. Because I'm thinking that, the valve state, we can have, we just focus on having 2 or 3 bits of value there. The first bit will, for example, deal with the oxygen tank. The second bit will be the CO2, and then the third will be the nitrogen. Because then we can send that value over to the valve manager. And depending on what it gets, you'll turn those valves either open or closed. And you're doing all right? Glad to hear that, Carbothize. Glad to hear it. Now let's see here. So, try to just remember how we did the bitwise stuff. Wasn't it just an AND? Bit was logical and operative with binary representation of 2 values. Each bit of the result is determined by evaluating the corresponding bits of the output values. Both bits are 1, the resulting bit is set to 1. Otherwise, the resulting bit is set to 0. So we could just do a comparison between 1 what was that now? Alright. This is boring for you guys. Let's see. So we have in bitwise, so we have 0, they have 1, then we got 2, then we got 3, then we got 4. Right? That would be 5, 6, 7. Yeah, because with this one, we got a 0. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, yeah. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And it'd be number 5 if we with the 0, but we. So 1, 2, and 4 are the values we're looking at. There we go. Then we can add with just these numbers. We can just put them in manually, it'll be okay. So we have an alias, which we'll just use to make things. And it'll be R2. There we go. And whether this is 1 or 2. So now we have inside valve check, we have stored the information whether it is too hot. If it's too hot, we get a 1. Then we want to store that information inside the valve state. So we can just use an AND. No. And it's not an OR. Either bit is 1, the resulting bit is set to 1. So we do want to use an OR actually here, because then we can store that with using an, or valve state of let's say yeah, doesn't matter, does it? We do valve check, and first would be just 1. Now the first, if the valve check is 1, we'll get that one. Followed by this, we do L. Sorry about that. Temp check. And we do the CO2 tank. Load in the temperature. We do the same one. In between, we could even do a cleanup, I guess. And then we add into valve check with valve check and 1. Did I remember wrong how add works? Register equals A plus B. There we go. Because now the value will be either 1 or 2. And if it's 1, it's 1, 0. If it's 2, it's 0, 1. So now we can do another or. Valve state. Valve check. Wait, no, this won't work. Because this will turn on the oxygen state no matter what. So we can't use an or for this one. Is it an XOR we want, I think? It was logical XOR, exclusive OR. If the bits are different, one bit is 0 and the other is 1. Well, bit 1. Bits are the same, both are 0, both are 1. The resulting bit is set to 0, so we don't want that though. So if we look at AND again, what if we do an AND here on the valve checker? So we add into the valve check 1. So now it's either 1 or 2. But we only want to do cool stuff with it if it is actually 2. If it's number 1, we want it to go back to 0. And I think we can use an AND here. If both bits are 1, resulting in bit 1. Otherwise, it's a 0. So can we AND into valve check into itself? Valve check and 2. See, if valve check is now 0, which we need to do here in between, is it like set? Or is it put? Using the provided device, attempt to write the provided value to the stack at the provided address. Clears the stack memory of the provided device, seeks directly for the provided device ID and clears the stack memory of that device. Oh. Is it just... No? How do I... Slot variables. Hash the current occupant unique identifier. If you use the stack and such, I see the logic is for things that are coming through. So for organizing things like the Larry and so on. But here we just want to see these things. Not the slot variables that I'm looking for. So many different variables we can find all kinds of information about. But how do I just write into registry? Registry equals A plus B, registry is the absolute value of A. I guess we use get. Okay. The housing index value. Alright. Source. Register value of logic type on all output network devices with provided type hash. That seems silly, but okay, we'll just use a min, I guess. Register minimum, or A or B. A little silly. We do min. Valve check. If you get stuck, another YouTuber, Cowser Evil, he did a vid on kind of what you're looking for with the Harvey. Google Cowser Evil Harvey 5500. Ooh, thank you very much. I'll actually write that one down. Cows are evil. Well, no, they're not, but they are delicious. And who knows, maybe they are evil. If they are truly evil creatures, maybe that is the moral justification we need to devour that horrifying flesh. Code I'll post later will be a modified version of that code, to be honest. Ooh, thank you. Yeah. Oh, Bailana, while I still have you, is there an easy way to just put like a number inside a registry? Because I want to turn, because we checked the inside valve check whether target temp or temp check, is it lower than, and then we say using that value we do an OR check with number 1 to make sure the first bit is either a 1 or a 0. And then I'm doing like some silly math here later. I'm wondering like, how do I turn this valve check back into a 0? I was thinking, well, I guess you'd use the minimum. There you go. The bit is long, but it explains things Barney style, so thick-brained people like me can understand it. Ooh, nice. I always enjoy down to, brass tacks, simple, yet, like I said, there's no such thing as too much information. Well, it's a silly way, but it is a way of turning the value back into a 0 that we copy. There we go. Assign a register a number? Yeah. Because right now I'm using a minimum of checking its own value and against 0, and then it'll hopefully choose always 0 to turn valve check back into a 0 here in between. Is it assign? Is that? No. Is it just called yes? Sometimes it is. Nope. So this way we can get valve check back into 0. Then we take below the temperature of CO2 tank in temp check. We check that one against the target temp. Then we add 1. So now that value will be either a 0 or a 1 or a 2, and then we use an OR with valve state provided number. Oh, thank you. Move. Thank you. I say, because I want to like set, put, write, and I find like, okay, cool things we could do with the stack there, but none of those were what I deleted. Move. So then we can just. There we go. Move the valve check back to 0. Now, I mean, technically, I guess I could turn it into 1 here. Now the problem here though still remains. God dang, hello there, Modern Kiwi. Welcome in, Raiders. How you all doing? What we up to? You been also playing around with us, the good old Stationeers. How did it go? How did your stream go, my friend? Hope you have a good time there, Modern Kiwi. And welcome in, Raiders. Hi, those who don't know me, I'm Hondo, son of Hondo, righty streamer, and hello. Hey, thought I'd raid increase my lurkers. Stick around. I was the only other streaming it. Went well. Hey, glad to hear it. I'm here trying to figure out a sort of automated temperature filtration cooling system. If you want a NOT function, use SAQZ R00. The NOT in MIPS is a bytewise NOT. Yeah, I'm using bytewise logic to say in the 3 first bits whether or not a valve should be open or closed. So that's why using an AND or in this case to check whether or not the bits, how the bits are stored. Not function LE make a 0 and 1 and vice versa. Thank you, Balen Alamain on the YouTube side. Now let me have a look-see here with SEQZ. Where's it 1 if A equals 0, otherwise 0. Alright, cool. I made an airlock that feeds into the tank and the 3 main factory machines. Ooh, nice. Modern Kiwi suggests there's a vintage Kiwi. There might be, or future Kiwi. And yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Those who don't know me, I'm Hondo, son of Hondo, variety streamer and occasionally an extremely amateur game developer. I like my survival crafters, I like my deep simulation games, and I like, well, all kinds of stuff really. Play anything once at least. Lately it's been mostly Stationeers and Vintage Story. But we'll probably have to add more games into that, into the schedule soon enough. And the game deving happens usually on Sundays, when I take part in a game jam that happens every weekend, known as the Try Jam, organized over on HIO, where you have, as the name implies, 3 hours to make a game. Oh, thank you, Modern Kiwi, for that follow. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. And you are indeed correct, although computers are not vintage enough yet. Oh no, I haven't gotten into the coding side of things yet. What's the coding side of it like? I'm having good times. My first language in coding was just base C, so it is not that far from this, even though this is more closer to assembly. In language-wise, because it is based on, I think, a real language called MIPS. So you can't just, dash out variables and so on. You have to think about what is stored where and so on. And you might do stuff like I'm doing here, where in order to save a list of which valve to turn on or off, I'm just using binary values of if it's a 0, it's going to be off. If it's a 1, it's going to be on. And which, yes, in integers looks like 1, 2, and 4. So this is how I maintain the list of these 3 valves. And this is the information I'll be then sending forward to the next chip, who will then, control the valves themselves. I'm more familiar with C++, C# TypeScript, and web. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, this is then like really a low level coding. So high level, if you're a lot more used to the high level one, there might be some. Might take a little while to get used to it. Like, for me, just jumping in from from C to this is it's a little different. Make a 0 or 1 or vice versa. Yeah, the NOT function is, yeah, we're using the sort of logic here of, because I'm trying to now just sort of remember, like, how should I do this? Because I've done these similar things in the past. And I'm thinking, because here we add valve check, here we get the valve check, if it's a yes or no. And I think it might be better if I add a third. Ah, no, wait. Now let's see here. How did I do this logic here? Because we want to compare whether it's supposed to be. Now if it's a 0, it'll be a 1. So did we have... I think should I just do a bit shift here? But for bitwise logical left shift operation, a binary representation of a value. Shift the bits to the left and fills the vacated rightmost bit with the zeros. I'm thinking, okay, so first we check the first value. Yes or no? If it's a yes, we shift it all to the left by 1. Then we do another check. But the problem is... how do I make sure... a shorthand chart. One Bailey element saying. yeah, this will be for a shorthand for like visual. I just wrote it down quickly because I want to like just say, okay, so this, it'll be, we'll compare it with a 1 and a 2 and a 4 to make sure these 4 bits kind of stuff works for me. And the editor reminds me of playing around with Arduino. Yeah, it's very similar. And yeah, because it is technically a sort of in-game Arduino. It's one integrated chip with a limited amount of bytes. With 44,096 bytes and a limited amount of rows, I believe, and then low-level, like MIPS language. It is very close to Arduino. And Ben was saying, I love learning the style of coding for Stationeers. Yeah, me too. Well, I'm tired. 1:30 a.m. Ooh. So I'm going to head off. I hope your code goes smoothly and that you know why it works. Thank you, Morning Kiwi. And thanks again for the raid. And hopefully I'll be able to catch you at some point. And unlimited amount of bytes. Boo. Yeah, Knapsaurus. You actually have to think about what you're doing. You can't just, download the next Python library and let that thing do it for you. Gotcha. Hey, catch you later, my man. And hope you get some good sleep and some good rest. My friend. Now let's see here. So because this is annoying because I get stuck on these bitwise things because I used to play around with this a lot, but it's been years. And then I was thinking like, I know I can do this. So what is the logic here? So do we use an AND or an OR? And so how did we smoosh them together to make sure then the later ones aren't because we get a 0 or a 1 depending on what we get here. We can use a shift to push that 0 into this position. I mean that 1 here. And of course, yeah, it says here to the left because yeah, it's a big endian, so it actually is the other way around. So it'll be like, that's 1, that's 2, and that's 4. Because of, how the logic shifts here. Now so I'm thinking, okay, so we start with this. I want to make sure that in case they should all be closed, we should get back 3 zeros. If they should all be open, we get all, them all out. Because, this would, but these are the values needed for the comparison. And this would be, what is that? What's it? 4. This would be a 7. I posted a wiki link. They may have to have gone through. Oh, give us a quick check. Oh wait, I got a freaking computer in front of me. And general. Yeah, might not have gone through. No. I made a new general text channel called Stationeers. I'll try to learn how the frick all that works at a later point in time. There we go. And thank you for the wiki link, by the way. Yeah. Oh, there's the unofficial wiki has a link for how all the coding works. That is true. This is more of a logic thing right now. Because we could... Google Stationeers Wiki IC10. Yeah, thank you, Balin. Yeah, I've had that wiki open last time I did some coding. And right now I'm just looking at these because now this is not the functions that is the issue. I'm just trying to remember the logic of how did we sensibly make use of this thing. So we can left shift the answer always. But how do I make sure I don't... Oh, god damn it, I'm stupid. Use an and, of course, but with 7. Because this would be 7. Right? Because, you know, the next one here would be... it's a 5. It's a 6. Yeah. And then then we have a 7. You see, we bitwise this to the front. Then we left shift. Then we just add in the 1. Because no matter what value here is, as long as it's not a 1, it should work. Stationeers are shifting? Oh no. Yeah, bitwise logic. You know, and isn't an and check. You know, if both is true. No, it's a bitwise check. That's why I'm using ands and so on here. Oh yeah, and this one was gibberish. We wanted to move, which apparently is the same as, you know, set or put or so on. Okay, so let's go through the logic here. Let's say the first oxygen tank has gone, has said yes. So we're left with a 2 in our, like we're left with a 0, 1, 0. Now we check our nitrogen tank, or CO2 tank, and it also goes through. So now we have a 0, 0, 1. Now we need to combine these two, which will leave us with 3. Oh. And then we left shift, leaving us with... I don't need any ands. I only need to do the shifting, and then we plus in the current value. If the value is... As long as the left shift happens, the previous 1 or 0 has been shifted by 1. Then the current 1 or 0 gets added in. Then we left shift them both all by 1. When we do that 3 times, we're left with 3 values. Okay. Good thing. This is why I write these things down, because I need to visually see things to like sort of make it all make sense in my head and like walk through the logical process here. You know, duck typing, if you will. No, not duck typing, but yeah, duck typing is very, very different. I'm just explaining it to duck kind of thing. Rubber ducking, that's the one. Now, if you're going to use the left and right shifting, I'm purely lost with that. I have no coding education, so I can't help you there. No, don't worry, Bailey and Elamain. Yeah, left shift and right shift. I mean, the shifting is exactly what it says. Like, see, if you're left with a value and you shift it one step to the left, so this 1 goes here. Now, the question is, what do you put in its stead in the empty space? And that is why, for example, here it performs a bitwise arithmetic left shift, which moves the active bit from into the sort of next space. And when we took off right and left shifts, I do believe left shift is the one we want here, because I do believe the language of MIPS is big endian, which means, yeah, as you see, we write the values in this way. Rather than, this way, rather than the quote unquote, the big endian, the big end. So it's, you know, the most significant bit, I believe, which would be the very first, the first one is at the end of the line, rather than the very first one. So it's not written like, you know, English. We read from left to right, but you read these from right to left. And the question is, you know, with my bitwise arithmetic left shift operation on the binary representation of a value, it shifts the bits to the left and fills the vacated rightmost bits with a copy of the sign bit, the most significant bit, which would be the... whether or not it's the sign. That has to do with whether or not you have a positive or negative number. Which I don't really give a shit about. and then performs a bitwise logical left shift operation on the binary representation of a value, shifts the bits to the left, and fills the vacated rightmost bits with the zeros, which is what we want. So we want a SLL. Right shift operation, binary representation of a value, shifts all the bits to the right and fills the vacated leftmost bits with a copy of the signed bit. Most significant bit. Yeah, the very first one would be the signed bit here. I do believe so. Let's hope it all works out. But because we're just adding ones and doing some simple shifting, keyword should work. Now let's look at our logic here again. So we load in the temperature. In the valve check, we record. Do we want to put in a yes or a 1 or a 0? And here I'm using an OR into valve state valve check. So I need to go. Doctor's appointment. Have a good day. Thank you for hanging out, Bailey and Elamane. I do appreciate it and hope the doctor's appointment goes well. I hope there is no delays and everything gets sorted out quickly and easily. So we're using OR in this one. Now we want to use an add, I believe. Followed by we SLL, so we logical left shift. On the binary representation of a value. Why do we have 3 values for this one? Shift the bits to the left. So we want the SLL to happen on valve state. Yeah, he did shenanigans, it is true. Shenaniganing. So valve state is where we're writing it. A Y2 values. On the binary representation of a value. It says a value, but then you have 2 inputs. I'm very confused. You saw it? Oh, sorry. I was so carried away. No, you did the shenanigans. Oh no, let's see. Did you put in the cord of disk? Something happening here? Is it? No, there we go. Voice in our hand, extending cross-check communication for multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Oh. Why, thank you. I'll have to look into that. Thank you, Knippity Knap. Oh, by the way, we also need to do some scheduling at some point. When do we return to Mars? We got logistics to do. Need to find time for that one. I'm guessing it'll probably be after Christmas, though. Unless we do something, early next week. Why do you have 2 inputs? This makes no fucking sense. You literally do this thing on one thing. Alright, we now have to I gotta open up an external wiki for this one now. Well, he had it in the wish list and his sale and it's good game, you must play it. Oh, you did something like that too? Oh no, yeah, the thing. Yeah, the Mars First Logistics, man, it's amazing. But hey, you wanted to play together, so that's what I mean, sort of like putting it off. Okay, let's look at your instructions, utility, mathematical, stats, bitwise, branching. Add, no or not, or slash, seller. Bitwise logical shift up. The wiki helped nothing. It literally gave me the same explanation as there. Your SLL bit shift makes no fucking sense. You can't... If I'm gonna move a value to the left, I understand having me an output, so where do we save it? And we give an input, what are we moving? But why is there a second input? What is the second value supposed to be? I'm assuming, okay, okay, but which one? Is it A or B? Which one gets the one we're moving, and which one has how many things we're moving in? How far to move it? Yeah. Well, is it A or B? You see, I had to like stress out, and then I also understood, okay, how many steps are we taking? So I'm assuming this will be like that. Naomi Primordia. Yes, also that I've been seeing that the most of Rat has it as well. Maybe I should collect you all together in a 4-player co-op for maximum shenanigans and chaos. Well, yes. Primordia? What? Oh, Primordia. Something happening on the Steamies teams? No notifications. There we go. Okay, so I'm assuming this will help. Valve state 1. This is what I meant earlier by this game. Its documentation could use a little bit of work. Okay, so let's see. Okay, SLT valve check, target temp check. Then we double check here, but it is an add, right? Where we just, or is it a sum? Register equals A plus B. That's the problem with coding languages. You know, the logic, it makes sense. Documentation, not always. And everyone names freaking functions their own thing. So, valve state. Add valve state. Valve state, valve check. So now we add into valve, we plus those two together, that's our output. Then we SSL it to the left by 1. We turn valve check back into a 0. Then we... Okay, only do one line at a time? Fine. We just go through this thing multiple times. Now, using loops and so on, we could just have these things happen on a separate line. But right now, we're just going to write it all down. We don't need to save space. We do that. I think the whole save space saving and other complications are things we can add at a later point in time. Right now we just need these. So now valve check, valve state. Nitrogen tank. Actually, yeah, at this point we can do the valve check back to 0, sure, but we do not left shift actually. We add, and we're done. Because there's the first value, we move. Second value, we move. Now this one is at the third state. This is at the final one. We're good to go. So now we either have, you know, one of these combinations pretty much. And then we S. How the fuck did we send this shit? Now, I do believe internal memory access read write, logic slots. Like, does the setting do anything? Because we can then probably just write it into setting and then we'll read it from the other guy. We call him the valve manager. S. Valve manager setting gets the valve state. We could read the current valve state and see if there's a difference between the valve states. We could close the valve and activate the pump. I think that could work, yeah. And then this one doesn't turn you off. It just turns, just like empties out the thing. And then the valve manager will set the new valves and turn the pump on again. Yeah, that works. So, which means we do the valve manager, we'll do an alias, we'll do manager state into R3 at the start. Oh, by the way, we always yield just so this thing doesn't run too insanely fast. So it does this process once a second. And we L into manager state valve manager setting. And how do we do a come on then. Register A equals B. Jump execution line and store next line number if device is not set. Jump execution to line A and store the next line number if device is set. Okay. Relative jump to a line if device is not set, device is set. So then line if C A is greater than or equal to B. So then it is the SEQZ. It's 1 if A does... No. If A equals B. Alias manager... Hold the manager choice. So here we've checked the empty valve. So now we SEQ into manager choice. The manager state and the valve state. And then now this is handy, yeah, because then we can like if devices have been properly set, then it'll do something, it'll do it different, and like okay, cool. I think. Jump to line and store the next line number in RA. What the fuck is RA? Registry A. Okay. Relative jump to line C if A is less than B. Is that a Brit or a Brilt? With a purge. No, we do the purge here before we do the save. So the purge. And if there has been a change, within as to BRLT, if A is less than B, So if manager choice is less than 1, because it should be a 0 or a 1, then jump. To start. There's a CQ. If A is the same as B, it's a 1. I guess manager's choice is 1 if we're not doing any changes. So if manager choice is 1, then it is greater than 0, then we jump to start, because we're not making any changes. So we do the entire process again. And we do move valve state 0. So we start by making sure valve state has a value of 0. We check the temperature, put in the valve check. Then we add valve check into valve state. Then we do a left check by 1. And the valve check goes back to 0. Same here, save here. And valve check. There. Now they're always being set to 0 before we start doing anything. Yeah, because otherwise it wouldn't have happened here. But at the beginning, it always happens. They're both the same. So this one is 1, which means greater than 0, which means we should jump back to start. So there's been a change. Then we'll just leave that purge there. Wasn't there like an end thing you have to write, or was it just a start? I don't know. Guess it'll just keep going until it won't. Because this will stop it from doing the rest. So there's no need to change the setting if they're both the same. And the purge itself will be just S coolant valve on 1. No, 0. I want it to be closed. Then I'm going to save for coolant pump on into 1. And we save the new state. Yeah. Just close the valve, activate the pump. Good to go. What are we calling this one? Save name. Still going, huh? Enjoy MIPS. It's kind of easy if you know any program. Still annoying, though. Yeah, hey there, no hypocrisy. Yeah, I had to come in. I was supposed to do a vintage story today, but then, oh man, I just had to come in here. But now we're getting our cooling system automated. Oh, Jesus. Only been 4 hours? Oh, dang. Okay, it's called the tank temp check. We do confirm. We export. Put in a new one. And do some more wiring. The tanks aren't wired. It does make it, you know, a bit of a challenge. Totally a professional, trust me, bro. Okay, let's see here. Hey, perfect. No less than perfect. Oh, fuck it, we're doing it. Wait, how do we pull these things through here? Yeah, perfect. That's how. Yep. There we go. Now we can get the rest from here. There we go. Yep. Okay, so you're linked, you are linked. And let's put you there. All right. Yeah, okay, it's vacuum inside the pump, so it should be fine. We'll just double check who was what. So we have D12 will be oxygen, CO2, and nitrogen. CO, nitrogen. Oxygen tank. Good. Oxygen small tank insulated. CO2 small tank insulated. Nitrogen small tank insulated. Yeah. Then number 3 was the coolant pump. Number 4 is the coolant valve. Cooling turbo volume pump gas. Cooling Atmo digital valve. Now we have number 5 left, and that will be for the second housing, which we'll liberate from the wall here. And you're the valve manager, and you are tank manager. There we go. Right. It'll need to be able to actually, connect. Valve manager. Now it is reading its own settings, so we don't. This one is just. I'm assuming. There's like a config chip thing I haven't built. I'm wondering, do I have to make it? Tank depth check. Cool. Then we clear. We do. Alias. Valve state. In the registry 0. We just L into Valve state from... Do you understand self? All output network devices provided type hash. Loads reagent or devices reagent mode with hash. Okay. Content required recipes. Loads slot logic slot divide to register. Okay. Let's see if the wiki can help. Do Stationeers load from IC. See here? Parameter may setting with data type is a float. Can be used as an IO variable. Oh, that's handy. The setting parameter can be accessed by the inserted IC using the DB device register. It's useful for passively communicating information with devices on the network, such as IC housings or logic IO modules. Yes. Kind of what I'm trying to do here. The DB device register. Come on now. Stop it. DB device okay. So DB would be database, I guess. Would it be find it here? No. Is it under like a slot? Alright, cool. So there we have the valve state. So we're moving that info back and forth from one IC to a second. And if things have gone correctly, it will be oxy CO2 nitrogen. So the last one is the nitrogen we added, and that is the rightmost. And in that way, we can use a... Oh, yeah, okay. Let's see here. Then we just start the code there. Alias. We do another alias for
Hunger caution.
oh, thank you. Pause the game. We have the oxygen valve at device 0. We have the alias for our CO2 valve because carbon dioxide is too long of a, I suppose I'm shortening that one pretty much. Ooh, yeah, big V. Is at device 1, and then our ever important alias nitrogen valve blave. Nitrogen valve is in device 2. Then we have our aliases for coolant pump in device 3, and our alias for coolant valve in device 4. Start with good old yield. Now, the other device now. We also want to detect changes here. The other device is when it detected a change, we activated the pumps. See, so we have a connection from that one to this one. We could also add to that script, so if that one also takes care of the pumps all the way, in its setting, it would also have a check for, if this value has changed, then flip the purge settings, pretty much. We could even have them always be, opposites of each other. Like if this is 1, this is no. If this is no, then this is yes. I think that could work. Because so that way we don't actually have to look at the coolant pump or the coolant valve. We instead leave these in here just in case. We'll have an alias for tank manager at device 3. They've both been named, and then this one can write into its setting, and then that way they can communicate. Like if I would have found a way to just grab all valves in the network and then go through them one by one, and we always make sure we go through these things in the same order, similar to how we're doing with the settings here, by just saving things in left-shifted binary, that kind of stuff. I think it could be doable. And here we have the nitrogen valve, tank manager, coolant pump, coolant valve. Cool. We yield, we load in our current setting. We also, if we want to, say, be able to detect changes, I'm gonna have to, for my own sort of sanity, remove that one completely and move that one here. So we'll have first devices, then registries. We have alias for erotic music for the previous state. And here we can have what's it, SEQ? Register 1 if A equals B. Can I find shit with this? Oh, kinda can. No, but everything with an equal, not just double equal. Now this is like, complex math shit. I'm like, this is obviously a sensible mathematical function. But I got no understanding what the hell. You know what? I think we're gonna change the music. Let's see if we can find some stuff that claims to be royalty free, but is it any good? We don't know. I'm gonna look at some electoral swing options here. Alert playlists and things. And I'm like, okay, cool and all, but if it's a playlist, it's gonna be ads, and I don't want freaking ads in my on a stream here. So that sucks. What? What? But the musical ghost. I'm like, that can't be right. Too much. Too many vocals, though. Well, now it won't work. So, I guess we're going back to the chill hop after all. Just skipping that one. We'll have to make it, just make do with this. So, okay. Well, what I can do is look at the whole wiki here on the Stationeers, and we have the scroll all the way up. Look at comparison. We had SEQ that we'll look at, but so S equal. Oh, I'm dumb. My rigs. I kind of wanted to know if there's a version of SEQ where just the opposite. We can always just, flip it. Oh, there was SNE. Don't I feel a little silly about that now, don't I? So, we'll do SNE with branch line D fabs. A does not equal B. I guess RA would be random access. So it is just like a free piece of memory we can have things in as things run and flow. Ah. Wow. Bapal, branch to line C if A does not equal B, so line number in RA. So what was the difference between branching and jumping, or is there any? RA's return address, so you can jump back afterwards. Yeah. Other Scar. But yeah, but essentially it says that there is a but like, okay, so our JR, what's a relative jump to line A? Is it like it'll jump an X amount of lines rather than to a specific line? Like it'll jump forward 10 lines rather than to specifically line this. Okay, that's a relative jump. Okay, cool. Cool. And RA, yes, exactly. I was looking at to find some example code. So yeah, then the RA is just a registry, but that is reserved for RA. And the branch is just a conditional jump. Okay, thank you. Because that's what I was sort of wondering. Like, is there really a difference of why would I not find an if something then jump? So branch is just exactly the same as a jump, but it comes with an inbuilt check. Because I wanted here branch line C if A does not equal B. And you can store the next line in the RA, but I don't give a shit. So if we look at then our jump options, store, jump. These are all like, if greater than, lesser than, but not equal. Okay, awesome. I hope you're doing well, British Shikar. Nice seeing you around. B, no ban. Won't help me here. So I'm kind of like thinking about, okay, so like if the states are the same, kind of do nothing. I'm a bit tired and worn out, but I can't complain really. Well, that sounds like an okay state to be. Sometimes being a little tired and worn out means you just had a day full of action, adventure, or just living life. And it often leaves us, some of us a little worn out. Nothing wrong with that. Now, if we're loading our own setting, putting it in the valve state, because the valve manager, tank manager, saved it in our setting. Now we'll load it through DB, which is not explained anywhere, so thank God for that wiki. Into our valve state. Now we check if we do a Papal, we branch, we check if valve state does not equal previous state, why is there a D here? God damn you, I hate this though. The documentation is sometimes absolute bullshit. So branch line C, if A does not equal B, and store next line in RA. So what the fuck why is there a D here? What does it do? These nuts. I'm assuming we can put RA there or some shit. The file is just BAP with the return address part. There's a BAP. Branch line D, if absolute A minus B less than equals maximum C times max absolute A, maximum of absolute A or absolute B, float dot epsilon times B. I don't know, man. That sounds a bit more complicated, where Bapal just says, branch line C if A does not equal B. That looks way more complicated than does not equal. Just saying. And even here we have jump line D, if A minus B, C times max, absolute A, B, so on. The AP part is approximate equal, which is what the float dot epsilon part is for. But this one is branching to line D, whereas here it's branched to line C. Or is that supposed to be a D? So this one at least mentions D, A, B, C, and D. This one does not. Well, if nothing else, we can at least have... So then you would jump to line C, which here we want to be... This one can also be in... Now, this is set valves. What is the D? Fuck do I know? See? Float epsilon as B. Jump branch line D if absolute A minus B is less than or equal to all of that. Why is there a C here then? Why am I allowed to put in? I don't get that. Or am I looking at the branch line device isn't set? Branch line if thin. There B and E. Hey, perfect. So that's what I'm looking for. None of that BAP. None of that BAP bullshit. Hey, B and E. Branch to line B if A does not equal B. So if valve state is not previous state, go to set valves. And here I guess we can do AL. But Powell is using the same description as B and EL, but it's definitely wrong because of the arguments. Yeah, the argument, but like things were just not making sense there. So now we can then return to the same line using after the Benil, and then we move sorry, all the way around. Previous state with valve state. Essentially, we check, we load in our current setting value into valve state. And we check if valve state stays the same as the previous state. If they're different, we do the setting of the valves. And after that, we save into previous state the valve state. Double checking. Register. Yeah. Excellent. And inside set valves, we do shenanigans. How do we do this? So the other machine has been was there like a wait? Can I heal for more than one tick? Can I make it like just wait for like a few seconds? Ah! Perfect. Sleep. Wonderful. Yeah, I can sleep. Thank you. I mean, again, that was one of those things you could do, you know, pause, wait, await, sleep. The problem with multiple languages is they have all, you know, they do the similar things but with different names. Oh yeah, so but the sleep won't happen here. When we call on our valve manager here, it'll set all the valves and then call back on the tank manager, which is also handling the pumps. Now, it'll do that by communicating with its settings values, which means also we need a way to like completely stop cooling, I guess. Well, no, with all the valves are closed, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, it'd be fine. So, when we set valves, we're assuming at this point the pumps have been turned on, the other valve has been closed, and we're await for, we'll assume like, I say 3 seconds. We'll put that in the stuff. Now, to set the valves, big Endian style, our very first value will be for the nitrogen tank. So, do we just NAND or something? That could work. We do a alias valve stator inside R2. And I need to find more music. I'm getting a little tired of these freaking tail hoppy things. They're nice and all, but man, and the game doesn't have its own music. We could always put on the Dwarf Fortress one, but also I don't wanna tire myself out of that one because it's just such a lovely piece of well, art. So we do that one, by the way, at the end of the set valves. So we jump back to the return value. Now the previous state is the same as the valve state. We don't actually give a shit, so the move should probably also be inside set valves. Give it a quick sec. And I'm back. I think NAND is basically the only one they don't have a single instruction for. Oh. They're not AND, yeah. Hi, back. Hey, Nabzor. All the way from the back. Back on the stack. Is there like an SNE? A does not equal B. Otherwise good, but yeah, the problem was that won't help me. So we'll have to look at again the bitwise ones. Both bits are 1. Something set is to 1. Otherwise, set to 0. So if we use an AND for the valve state, we're looking at... No, we have valve state already. God dang it. Valve temp. Valve state is the one we're actually reading, right? valve setting. Fucking. And inside this one, I want to out the output. We're looking at valve state, and we're looking at 1. And then we save the nitrogen valve on. There we go. If valve setting is easy, because if the valve state has a 0 in the first stop, well, we end up with a 0, and the valve setting is off. If there's a 1, it goes on. Then we do an SRL of valve state. Okay, yeah, so we do have to have the saving here, because after this one we're gonna we're pretty busted up our freaking valve state. Ah. We'll have to do valve temp R3 move valve temp with valve state. Look at the valve temp. Valve temp is valve temp shifted to the right by 1. We check the second valve setting. And instead of nitrogen, it'll be CO2. Then there's the last SRL. We do another AND with 1. And then the oxygen valve. Now we've done all of that, we jump back to return address, previous state, save set valve state. And we save into tank manager setting 1. Okay. Let's look at this one again. So we have the oxygen valve, the CO2 valve, the nitrogen valve. We have a tank manager, which is the previous script. Coolant and coolant pump and valves, so these are not doing anything currently, which is okay, because it'll be better if we don't have 2 separate scripts controlling the same machines. There we go. Now valve state, previous state, valve setting, valve temp. Start with the yield. Then we check if the valve state and we'll load in the current setting value in the valve state. And if the valve state does not equal the previous state, then we set the valves. And once we've done that, we come back here and we do previous state, valve state. You could just use the jump other ways around, I guess, and just jump over this, but no. We're learning. Inside set valves, what we start with, we save into valve temp the valve state, so that we don't actually end up fucking around with this value. The valve setting and the valve temp. Now, when we look at the valve temp, we do an AND value with the number 1. If there is a 1 at the rightmost point, essentially, set that into the valve setting, and that determines whether or not the nitrogen valve is on or off. Then we switch the value we have in valve temp to the right by 1. Then we do the C again check. Well, is the next number a 1? Depending on the answer, the CO2 valve is turned on or off. And we switch over to the right one last time, and valve setting, we do the same value. Is that last number a 1? Depending on the answer, oxygen valve gets either, valve setting. We can either on or off. Then, as we set all the valves, we inform the tank manager that it can turn the pump off and open the valve. Then we jump back to the beginning and we keep on following to check whether the valve state has changed, which is dealt by the other guy. Do confirm. And we put the chippity there. We look at the code again because I already forgot what I just did. So oxygen, CO2, nitrogen, manager. What's the CO nitro manager? So we have oxygen cooling digital valve, CO2 cooling digital valve. Why can't we go back? Nitrogen cooling digital valve, oxygen, CO2, nitrogen, and then we have tank manager. Tank manager. There we go. Now, you go back there. Pause the game again. And alias pump state into R5. And we start by L pump state dB setting. We do all of these things. Coolant valve off, pump is on, sleep for, let's say 5 seconds, and then save the new settings on the valve manager. Do my best to avoid backseating here, especially because everyone codes differently, but I think you're missing a jump back to the start if the setting didn't change in the valve manager. I had the... You know what? You're absolutely right. I don't have one here either. I was wondering, like, wasn't there an ending thing here? So we do that one at the big... Oh, thank you. So I was wondering, like, wasn't there some kind of like end thing we did here? But yeah, there was, but I just completely forgot about it because I'm a dummy-ish. Thank you, by the way. There we go. And nothing is actually jumping here. I just did this to, you know, help myself. So BRGT, manager choice, 0 start. We can probably find a better one there. Now it was the... Was it branch equal? Passive related branches C if A equals B. So the manager state and the valve state. Let's go through this here code here. So we manager choice and manager state. And we load from manager state, valve manager setting. So we look at the setting they have. Okay, so these are guys. These guys are pretty much both checking that setting. That's okay for now. And manager state is the next time checked after we do our things here. Manager choices, manager state, and valve state. So do relative branch line C if A equals B. So if manager state and valve state equal each other, we don't need to do this because nothing's changed. But so then would be branch equals manager state and valve state. If nothing's changed, go back to the start, do the check again. Otherwise, keep going. Which means we can get rid of these two. You'll probably ignore this line because now it's jumping, I hope. Oh, relative to branch. Thank you. Relative to jump to label is almost always a mistake. Yep. Thank you very much. Yeah, the relative one would like, you know, jump forward 10 lines because the next 10 lines are reserved for something else. Which would make sense, yeah. Okay, yeah. Fuck that shit. Now. Very confusing when it goes wrong. Ah, yes. Yeah. You can totally see that one. And it should ignore the purge. It's just a target something can jump to, but right now it's just there to also help me sort of visualize. And the purge is simply valve is closed, pump is on. We wait for 5 seconds, and then we let the manager know we have done the change to make sure that the coolant pipes are empty before we start opening or closing valves, because that way we don't trap a piece of cooling gas inside the cooling system. And then we wanted to know when it's time to turn the pump off. And that was when we were using a DP here at pump state. So when you give us a 1, that means it's time to turn the pump off. So if we get here, then pump, we move, no. We save into DB setting, whoop, a 0. Because we're now in purge mode. Which means that we could probably have it out of here at the beginning pretty much. Well, let's just put it here because it doesn't matter. But before that one, we see if so register equals 1 if A equals 0. So setting is 0. We do this way around. Perhaps I'm seeing if A equals B and then store the next library in RA. So then we'll have a reset where we save into coolant valve on is on and S coolant pump on is off. J R A. And before the objective we go back, we just do see if A equals B. So we do eval if pump state equals 1. Reset. So valve is open. Then we jump back here. Then we check if manager state equals valve state. They don't. Then we db the setting back to 0. Coolant valve goes to 0. Pump goes to 1. Sleep for 5 and do that. Well. This is with the tank temp. Pause. J start. Library. Overwrite. Confirm. And export. Oh? That's weird. So you are correctly open. You correctly open. You are not. There's something wrong with the nitrogen code. What? Which should be the very first one. I'm kind of thinking like, man, I wanna put on a display and just print out the freaking setting. Now, Vilvel say DB setting, vinyl. Oh wait, I need to get the chip, then I can see the values. But what if it's not you? What if it's the temp check? Oxygen tank, CO2 nitrogen tank. Because we have the 0 and the value. Oh well. Let's make that. Hey. There we go. Had to make that special little chippy. Oh, and get rid of this bad boy. What was that chip called? Well, something. There we go. Turn you on. Configuration. Need one of these. Many of the interesting ones. Oh, by the way, can I make another IC chip? So I realize I can put one in my freaking tool, the tablet. And it'll be just like handy to have one there. Especially to do something like silly stupid, like just when I open and close, I wanted to change which chip it's using. For now, just hang out there. Oh, and change battery. Change battery. All two levels are acceptable. Everything is okay. Alright. Now we do this one. This one. There we go. Now this is the valve manager. Your setting is at 6. Your setting is at 1. which means yeah, pump state is correct. Now, how are you at 6? When it's supposed to be 7. Off, good old classic, off by 1. There we go. Now, it will probably have to be this one, because it doesn't really make changes to its own state, yeah, because we copy it to the temp, and we send it forward. So why is this one? Is it... Alright. The valve state and valve check. I said here, we load in the valve manager setting. We temp check the oxygen tank, temp check the CO2, temp check the nitrogen. Valve check target champ. Move valve check to 0, move valve check to 0, valve state to 0. The SLL here for the oxygen. This is 1. We move it. Now we got 2. This is 1, we got 3. We move it, we got 6. Add into valve state and valve check. Did I write the logic in a like extra dumb way? Might have. So and the purge was DB setting goes to 0, coolant valve on, sleep for 5, do that one. Jade back, start reset of this thing. And that'll happen when, there's a change. And we can easily warm it all up again by just, in case we cool it down too far and, shit don't work. So, pump state. One, you go to reset. Well, that's fine. Manager valve state, that's fine. Yep, change has happened. Setting is now 12. So it's not that. So SSL Confirm. Why? Alright, let's go do the food. Otherwise, it seems to be working. But yeah, but we're off by 1. I can't for the life of me think of why. I know I'm starving, but I gotta fix this bug before I eat something. All too real. It's, no, it's, the horrors of bug fixing, code in games. Oh god, too real, too real. Not like this. Alright. Why is that one off, though? There we go. And is anything here we gotta bring with us? You. Other than that, not really. We might need more locker space and all that, but we'll deal with those guys eventually. How are you doing in here, by the way? Nitrogen is a little low, but other than that, you guys are doing okay. We'll get around to it eventually. And, with all the automated farming and all that too as well. It's gonna be grand. Gonna be fucking lovely, so what it is. Yep, that'll be fine. We're done with these. So there's some logic error or wiring error. Or naming error. Because we're literally just looping pretty much through the same freaking code here. You're getting your information through here, right? That valve is looking okay. Womp womp. Oxygen cooling. Oxygen small tank. CO2 small tank. CO2 cooling. Nitrogen small tank. Nitrogen cooling. I don't have any other digital valves here I could be fucking with. Yeah, everything else is also in a void. Cooling Atmo digital valve. At least we don't have to worry about things liquefying because, there's no vent. It's just an empty void here. And sitting on 1, which means turn off your pump. Your setting is on 6, which is wrong. It should be a 7. So there we have our 6. And then next would be 7. Then we'd have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, no? What? Wrong. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, yeah, so just bitching, gifting it. Okay, like we did it. It was correct. I'm flipping Andy in here halfway. I know. Don't worry about it. But I wanted to visually see like what would the 12 look like. So now that's our 12, which we got when we added the SL. So it is in fact 1 0 too many here. We're right shifting on the other side because, and that was working. Why is that last one at 0? Temp check, CO2 tank temperature, temp check, nitrogen tank temperature. We never change the values here. Move the valve check here to 0. Valve check here to 0. Let's do a little bit more visual separation. So the valve check is 0. And into valve check with value of target temp to temp check. Temp check with nitrogen temperature. And our temperature is at 500 degrees Kelvin, which should be around 20 Celsius, not 200 Celsius. Wait. It's working absolutely perfectly. I'm just a dumbass who can't do math. So fun what we're doing here, there's no hypocrisy. I'm trying to like debug and figure out why this one valve is not turning on, and that's because I can't do Kelvin like to Celsius in my head because I'm a dumbass. You see, here we see 273 would be to 0 Celsius. So 274, right? I want it to 20. So I was supposed to put in 300 degrees Celsius as the target. I put in 500, and I've been like here like struggling. Why is this off? That's because that is slightly below 500 Kelvin, and these are slightly hotter. It's easy, just offset. Yeah. Well, it is actually easy. We just do it. Oh no, we jump in here, get stuck. Oh, then we jump so hard we flew all over the place. And where do I? Advanced tablet, there we go. No, this one. Turn you off, grab you here. We import the code, we edit, and we change from our silly 500 Kelvin down to 300 where we wanted it. Then we click on confirm. We export. Click on the edit, we go back to the library, we look at our tank temp check. We save, cancel. Overwrite that one. No, this one. That was confusing. Slap that guy back in there. Push the button. You'll go through the purge phase. That is going perfectly, and now they're all open. Excellent. 300 easy. Just think of 300 Kelvin as good human temperature. Okay. Yeah, because the thing is, I want a separate cooling system that is pulling in the atmosphere from the outside at, negative 143 Celsius. And it to be cooling these three to around room temperature. So 300 Kelvin, 20 something degrees. So we can mix those and make easily breathable atmospheres. And, not burn the shit out of our plants or our face. If you use an in-place computer, you won't have to remove/replace the chip. That is very true. But I'm kind of enjoying the whole chip nonsense. It's fun. It remains to be seen whether the valve and temp check properly works. At least now it looks like it's trying to cool these off. Will it actually turn itself off properly? Because the idea is that when we do a change in the valves, we saw there happen that valve closes, so we no longer get in air from the outside, and then this turbo pump is for 5 seconds should hopefully void out the entire pipe. So there's no gas left in here, because otherwise if these valves close while there's still outside atmosphere left, well, it'll still keep cooling these guys off too much. And we might, and then, well, that's when we have problems. But for us to be able to check this properly, we're gonna have to go outside and put on a vent. And I do believe we have one in our magical cardboard box. Yes. There we go. Off we go, and we'll find out whether or not the freaking multi-chip system works. I'm really enjoying the coding in this game. It is just nice and lovely and simple and fun, and it is because like I said, yeah, my first language being C, I got used to the whole more thinking low-level language kind of stuff. This is lower than that, of course, but still, it's a kind of logic that makes sense to me. Now, where are you? Oh, interesting.
Waste tank caution.
Did I forget to add the pipe that goes all the way out? I think I did. Because that is the emergency valve for this super hot shit. Our pipe should have been sticking out from this wall, but it isn't, because I'm a dumbass. So, back we go. Very low, almost basic. Yeah, I know, right? You can use it to really assemble all kinds of computer solutions. Yeah. That is don't get distracted now, boyo. Don't get so distracted. I was about to get awfully distracted. I was thinking oh cool, hey yeah, we need that freaking info from the batteries, and we have to then sum all of that together, put on a nice little digital screen so we can see what our current battery systems look like. Now, I thought you were sticking all the way out, but I was wrong. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. I see my problem now. I thought there'd be a sort of ledge up there, but there isn't. So this is a 3-piece pipe where we need a minimum of 5 or more. Yeah. Oh, actually it was a 5, but it's off by 1. You see, a 5 should go through one of these blocks. So there we go. And now we'll see if... Oh. And it's almost directly up from that one. I think I might have to do a few runs back and forth. Hopefully not. Right the first time. Problems. But man, that was such a fun, like, man, I was like so struggling. Why is it off by one? Why is this wrong? Where is the code like so faulty? I can't see it. And then, everything was actually functioning exactly the way it should. I was the problem. Now oh my god! I was right all along. I was just looking at the wrong place. There we go, good enough. So now it's sucking in the cold, and now we're gonna run in there and see if it's gonna explode. Yeah, because the idea is this currently has my sort of plant room atmo in it. And it's too much oxygen, not enough nitrogen. So we want to then be able to like bring in a mixture of gases, make ourselves an own fancy little proper, yeah, this all's gotta go. Like atmospherics. We're gonna have to expand this space a little bit, put this tank in this corner so it's slightly easier to move around. That's why I made all those walls. I was laughing at, oh, I made 50 freaking walls. Now I'm realizing that's not enough. We need so many more. And now we have to do our best. And potentially just stare at these machines for a while. The temperature is, in fact, slowly but surely going down. Those pipes are now getting the cold oxygen. So on these, yeah, now I use the smaller ones also to just make sure the cooling process is, you know, slow enough pretty much. Because right now they're 230. Okay, yeah, it's blinking there, so it is very, very cold, very slowly cooling down. Oh, you're cooling down a lot faster. That's okay. Oh, you only have 81 moles in you. This one has just so much, like 7.14 kilomoles, so it's going to take forever for it to cool down. Same as that one. Well, that's okay, because this will be an interesting test. Because it should be like 500 Kelvin, 300 Kelvin should be around below 20, below 30, above 20 Celsius. Wait until the code is so complex you run out of lines, register channels, or dealing with a stack. It's kind of annoying, but then to mirror data to other network and device registers. Yeah. I mean, that's how I ended up having these two talk to each other. They're saving stuff in each other's like setting and so on. And all right. Machine went on. Emptied that stuff. Jeez. It was not enough. No, this one is now equal to 20, so that's kind of okay. Because outside the pipe here is at minus 70. How are you so warm? Oh, right, of course. Minus 143. Minus 70. On account of all of those cooling it down. So, not quite enough. I wanted it to be a vacuum. So, we'll double the speed. Yeah. And we'll use a similar logic system to drive this entire thing as well. All down, slightly restrict flow. Yeah. That is A-okay. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't be stealing too much of that gas because that's a good temperature. So we can use that just as is for, a lot of in the furnace pretty effectively. Now, how I've done this thing, then we open that one, and that's why I want a logic for this thing, same as these things, where it just says like if the pressure here goes below, and once the temperature inside that tank, it's below 200 degrees Celsius, it shall turn off this valve and turn on this thing for, again, a couple of seconds. This pipe analyzer here is pretty much just to see, because I'm first thinking I might want to like make sure that this registers a vacuum, then it turns this thing on, but this thing sucks out a vacuum so fucking fast in this tiny little pipe network, so it's, it's fine. And right now, yeah, we're just doing it manually. But those two are maintaining this system, which also means we could have a separate APC in between here just to make sure if they get restricted from everything else, because they don't need to give a shit about anything else except these valves, those pumps, and these tanks. Now, I was wondering if I would allow some of that in here. Would that help me? Well, the oxygen is a very pleasant 26 Celsius, so that's nice. But there's only 2.02. There's only a few moles in there, though. And yeah, this thing needs automation. Where are you vacuuming out the waste tank? Isn't that a lot of volume? I'm not vacuuming it out. I opened a valve to just let part of it come in here. So we're doing it in small batches. Pretty much. And then we cool that batch to 200 degrees Celsius, and then we filter that shit out. They will leave some of these to remain hot. This thing has an emergency system that also needs a bit of code to just make sure, like, in case there's any liquid, that guy goes on. If no liquid, turn that one off. And that's pretty much it. Because we have a condensation valve for in case the NOS turns liquid, it gets pumped into this thing. And then once it turns back into gas, we put it back in there. And yeah, because this is just because this way I can also then use the furnace to, melt ice, essentially. And, with this thing being as hot as it is, I guess we could also then attach into the system another ice crusher, because this one, being red, it's then dedicated just purely for volatiles. Oh, by the way, are you 914? Yeah, you guys are equal again. Oh, make more fuel. And this one also could be probably... It would probably be faster if you use a bigger machine, but, it works. Slow, steady. Just bringing in canisters of oxygen using a temperature equalizer to equalize it with the volatiles. And then the mixer just makes fuel. Oh, you're already below 200. Well, that one's going to take a bit longer, but yeah, we're getting there. Slowly but surely, this system is working. And phase change may lock that. Expansion cools, especially from liquid, which is why pollution is a good coolant. Yeah. Oh, you mean this thing? That's why we have a separate heater here. So if anything like phase changes into liquid, it gets, artificially heated in a large valve and has extra space with the tank and everything. Pollutant can just hang out. It's being all cool, and everything's insulated to make sure that they remain at 200 plus Celsius. And that is why also this one I don't want it below 200 degrees Celsius because it has nitrous and pollutant in it. So technically, I could even have, first have a separate ring that removes the nitrous and pollutant, and once all of that is removed, then everything else can be pumped into, a large cooling array, which might have been smarter in hindsight. But I'm pretty happy with the system. Because so far, it worked like a charm. And I was kind of like just hoping for to, pump him a little bit more and let this place, see if it would heat up that one. You know what? I could. Let's just do it that way. I like it. Thank you, no hypocrisy. And it was a fun one to like figure out, to have a lot of temperature measured from these. And then how to like send the information back and... Oh, I didn't make it. Fucking... No, but look at the fucking pipe. Oh, there's a void in here. So, okay. Putting it stronger worked.
Waste tank critical.
Alright. We're getting a change. First we void. Yeah, see, because the idea was to make sure it, and then it very quickly has gotten the job done of cooling it down. Okay, it's gonna do a little bit of these. So we might want to put a top and a minimum sort of floor there, so it doesn't get stuck on that loop. And the turbo pump is just to make sure we get this pump vacuumed out so that we're not left with like really cold gas in this tiny little bit. Cooling these down a little bit too far. And yeah, because this thing is just cooling these guys out. This one is not automated, so we're gonna have to like just manually hang out here for a while. And the turbo pump here is vital, because once I turn this one off, this shit turned liquid very quickly. Oh, cool. I'm okay. This is kind of funny how it gets, because it keeps on like pumping like few moles of like 100 very hot oxygen, which means that the system works. But yeah, we want a larger. Right now it has an exact number of 300 Kelvin. So we want if it's above X, cool it down until you reach Y. And if below Y, don't do anything. That way it has a little bit of space to move, similar to how we have other places. And I'm pretty happy again with how I could use the bitwise and bit shifting to save information, because it's all like yes or no logic information that Adam presented. It's 100% and boom. Yeah, well, I mean, that is true. We don't have purge valves yet, so we're gonna do that. Oh, and this thing, yeah, because it sucks a vacuum out of this thing. That's all it does. So it's never gonna like blow those pipes, because they can't go the vacuums can't break them. And that's why, I wanted to make sure it has that few seconds to void out these pipes before it changes any valves. The waste tank? Yeah. Oh, actually the actual waste tank. No, that one has a back pressure valve. So it has a proper purge system that goes out. In your suit? Yeah, it's fine. Just the mouth farts. How warm is it outside, by the way? It's 7 degrees Celsius. I guess we could warm it up a little bit. There we go. See? Now it's 8 degrees Celsius in here. I was hoping for this thing to cool down a little faster, then we could run over to the plants and give them some CO2. Not that they need it. What they need is nitrogen, and the nitrogen is a bit too hot still. Shoo. Got there in the end. And now I can't leave. With this temperature, I guess we could see if we can get it to like 180. So you can help cool these down as well. Just a wee bit. Because there is very little N2O, so it shouldn't liquefy. Pollutant. Yeah, I think they both have the liquid phases at below 160 Celsius, so it'll be fine either way. And it is mostly CO2, and that is one that'll take the longest to cool down this way. We've gone down like 4 degrees, and you're already at 180. Lovely. Less chance of cooking the fucking face. But nice and calm system.
Hunger caution.
Alright. 185. We do the thing. Yeah, temperature here is at close. See what? Yeah, already got into negatives. That is why this thing is you see, didn't even take a second, and that thing hit like negatives. So we need to be able to suck out a vacuum here very quickly. But it takes like 1 or 2 seconds. So that's why I realized I don't need the sensor at all here. I only need it for this guy. Oh, and also CO2 is part of it turned liquid, interestingly enough. Oh, right, yeah, the part that turned liquid in here, but the rest is now evaporating. So that's okay. And the 5.2 moles of N2O and the large amount of pollutant should be fine. Now the CO2 being at 183 should hopefully help push this thing. Yeah, it's cooling this thing down a little further. The oxygen is making this thing go through its purge phase. So we can now... Yeah, so, yeah, that is something we want to fix. But right now, I guess my dude here needs a... snacky. How much fuel do we have here, by the way? Pressure is at 15 MPa, 15.1. And it looks like, okay, it's halfway, so it's got like X amount of kilomoles. Like 100 moles of oxygen, and this one has 70. Yo, it's got kilomoles. Yeah, fine. It'll be fine. Yeah. Now, let's have a quick look-see at that code then. I think, like, well, while we're here, before we run off and then we'll have to come back later and fix it, why don't we pretend that we're sensible people and see if we can fix it immediately. Now, look at the edits. Pause the game. Look at, we are in... Yeah, exactly here. We're not vacuuming the tank. You're vacuuming the heat exchange radiators. Got it. Yeah, I'm not vacuuming the tanks. Yeah, it is exactly the radiators. I'm vacuuming out the coolant, so that the like I said, because there are small bits of the valves between the valve and the coolant, the cooling radiator, the heat exchanger, and I don't want any like super cold oxygen stuck in there, because it could then cool our things too far. And things might liquefy in the pipes, that kind of stuff. And I wouldn't want to do that. And that's why whenever we change a valve to be open or closed, we first purge the entire system just to make sure that then nothing gets stuck in there. It feels a little slightly inelegant in a way, but at the same time, it works. And I'm pretty happy with that one. So let's target temp. Then we can define a... We'll do a top temp. Like how hot can it get? Let's say if that one's 40 degrees Celsius, 30 degrees Celsius, so that one's 230. It was something, so let's just do 310. So it'll cool it down until it's 300. And we pretty much only check here. Alright, let's look at the logic again here. We're sending a turn on and turning off. And we're only looking at, so we're loading the temperature information from the oxygen tank into temp check. We SLT for the valve check or target temp and temp check. If the temperature is above target temp, we add that value in here. Okay, the problem here again is now we need to know its previous state, not only its current state. So how would we do this? We could have another registry. We define tank states. No, we don't define it. Sorry. Ooh. So a 10-degree window, which is absolutely doable, especially considering, they're all insulated, so there's very little heat going anywhere. It is an alias for the registry 5, which is tank state multiple and R6. And you are not a device, so you go that way. So tank states is defined. And let's see. We start the run with... No, we can't keep on changing. The tank states will be set the first time it runs, and then it'll keep on remembering in the registry. Oh, wait, no, because if we move it here... Yeah, of course, yeah, because it runs just once, right? Can't we do a move... No, we can't. It'll be fine. Now, else dump up state DB setting. Ooh. These are getting reset every run. And which one do we want to prefer here? Let's see. I'm gonna have to scroll down and we'll write it down here. So let's say the tank. What does move and do again? Looks like you're using it to reset value. Yes, move is just set value, put value, add, define it. The define makes a constant value, right? We have these registries managed, alias these registers, and I'm just moving, so move into this registry the value 0, and the state and check every every loop gets reset to 0, and just like in here in between first we because we do get the check value from this one, and we do some math, and okay, this one actually is kind of pointless in this situation, but I was just so used. I wanted to have a just double check to make sure we don't we make sure this value never ends up being a 1. So we could remove those actually. That's very true. But okay, let's see. What if the tank is, say, it's too hot. We check that it's too hot, and its previous state was too hot. We have another tank, which is higher than our minimum, but it's lower than our maximum. So I want you to give me a 0. If you're higher than our minimum and higher than our maximum, then you get this one. So we do an AND system, I guess. So we check both the minimum and the maximum. We AND their output, and we add that to the valve list. Because if they're different, but what happens then if the tank is below our minimum, below our maximum? And then that would also be turning it on, and it would cool itself even further. I'm not sure if it's still a thing, but throwing a yield in there prevents the code from running multiple times per tick. Yes, I know. I start everything with a yield nowadays, and then I have a sleep here for the pump to make sure it runs for 5 seconds, so I don't need to give a shit what it does, because that will be enough with its power for it to just, suck a vacuum into the pipes. And I hope everything went well, Bailey and Element, with the appointment. Now, how do we make sure this doesn't happen, but this works, right? Because if we just call an AND, see, that'll work, and that'll work, but then this will then fuck us up. So we can't just use an and. We'll have to make sure the lower value trumps the upper value. Go post the code in your disk. Hey, thanks, man. I'll check it out at some point. Right now, I'm like, my code works. It is absolutely perfect. But now that something reaches our target, the pump is now going like off again and on again every now and then when we pump in like more gas that is too hot. That's just a little bit too hot. And I found that's a little funny, so now I want a little bit of a range for it to have a minimum and a maximum. So we're currently only checking the minimum and we're giving that to the valve manager. So now we do the add into a tank manager. So if we check a minimum and a maximum, and if they both say yes, we do that one. If they disagree, we don't do it. Notebook say branch EQ, yeah. Yeah. But I like my bitwise logic nonsense. Because we can use an and, but then, this is a problem though. So I guess we will have a branch then. Where if or just jump pretty much. Where in case the tank minimum check says no, then we skip checking the maximum check. Pretty much. So otherwise, yeah, everything is working just fine. I'm enjoying using, doing bit shifting for saving states, especially because they're binary states. Valve is either open or closed, so they're on and off states. Perfect for one of those. So we have target temp and a top temp. Now let's look at this oxygen one. So we have our SLT valve temp for the target temp. We're gonna have to use alias. Top check is R7. I would like these to be close to each other, but you know what? Don't worry about it. Say okay. And then first we do the temp check on the target temp, then we SLT valve check. Wait, let me add into the valve state. Okay, yeah. We just add a. Wait. No, God, you stupid bastard. So if we look here, was it a jump? No, it was just back, wasn't it? Branch to line C if A equals B. So do a back if after that first valve check, if valve check equals 0, jump to here. Add oxygen. There. So if the valve check we're checking out our temp check says 0. If target temp is less than temp check, yeah, because we're just writing it in. Okay, yeah. So if it equals 0, we jump in here. But if it does not, then we double check. Are we also below top temp? And it's not into valve check, but into top check. So now we have valve check and top check. And now we can AND into valve check. Valve kahek and top check. So if both say 1, we give it a 1. If they disagree, we get a 0. Yeah. We add this below here. Come on. And then we just do the same shit. Oh. And because valve check is used inside here, we can remove these. There we go. The reset worked, the purge worked. Now we're checking if valve check says we're below the cold. Ah. We had a problem here. Because now it'll reach the top cool. I've achieved nothing. Damn it. Alright. And if we really need to use like 3 separate registries now for these. No, we have the states. That's what that was the idea there. Lol, it be like that sometimes. Yeah, exactly. Alright. Be like that, absolutely. So, I was thinking, there was the idea that we would store its previous states, or they like have the tags of the states. So if it's like proper hot, let's look at here again. So with the temp check, we check the temperature. We double check with the lowest one. If we're below the lowest, we skip the next one, and which don't turn it on. That is okay. If we are below the lowest, I was supposed to have pics of my electric centrifuge script that I use for my outposts and deep miners. Oh no, that'll work. Ooh, nice, Baylane. Thank you very much. I will most definitely go have a closer look at those. So we could just leave the current system because, like I said, it works. It just saws around a little bit. But if we have a memory of our state, which we can easily have, we have, like I made a registry there called freaking pump state. And we can use the same binary logic as we use for the valves and our output here. So when we do a top check. Now if top check says cool down, what we see here, and now we have the top check, right? And top check has now said yes, we are above our highest temperature. That means, we're actively cooling down. So we could then add you see, if top check says 1, we add then 1 for this pump. But if top check says 0, we don't change this one. Only when target, this guy, says 0, do we turn off that one. And yeah, we could probably do like proper functions and loops because I'm literally just writing the same text multiple times. We could probably have a registry that carries temporary information back and forth, make it all nice and elegant. We'll get there eventually. But right now, okay, let's think about the math here. What is the trick? When they don't agree, and how to make sure that if the state here is already at 1, we don't give a shit about what top check says. It's one of those, like, if we had a more classical if-else statement, we could just, easily enough do it. So now we're doing BQ, we're branching if valve checks value 0 into add oxygen. And yeah, using these, I see, because with this, because I'm reusing even the valve checks and the valve state, the same registry, so we could technically just have add state, and these would all just jump through there. I pretty much only need to use these things when I load the temp checks, and then we just jump into place where we have the add states, because this is literally the same code. And then we just jump back to the return address and keep doing then checking for the next one. Might have to do that at some point. But okay, let's do it here and here. So we got our oxygen, we got our tank temperature, right? And we'll check, are we below the coldest? We want it. It says yes. We're cold enough. We say awesome. And here we can do something where we turn that state into a 0, where it can't be an AND. And all I can really think of is that stupid freaking branch. So valve check to 0. And we do the add oxygen. Because if that's 0, we don't need to look at the high one. And if we then have a inside valve check, the idea of the add oxygen was pretty much just to skip the next 2 ones. But we might have to skip that in a different way. Where if valve check is 0 with BQ, then we can add exactly the same way as the... Essentially, we're doing a copy of this shit. But with top check. We do add tank state. And we had tank states. We have, at this point, we might have valve check. So we can add valve check Okay, we do add into tank states and the valve check, right? SLL tank states by 1. So now we add the tank state there, whether it's 0 or 1. Technically, it should only be a 0. And tank state is 0. We can have and tank state is 1. And then a get tank state. You know what? It's all getting a little tiring. Maybe we should go and build some walls instead. Because in the end it works. Because whenever that thing needs to be open and closed, we hear that one closes, that one vacuums out the space. They're insulated, they'll get there eventually. It's fine. There is still a tiny bit of oxygen. Keeps on like every now and then tinily warming up this thing. And Then we cool it down back to apparently around 26 Celsius. That's fine. Our fuel is doing pretty okay. Almost 70 moles. Now we're 40, 50 moles. I'm sure it'll be fine. A little worried about it though. Well, it'll mostly be fun. I guess if nothing else, I could grab this one and yoink. And it all works just fine as long as if I don't have to be here and listen to it. That's what we have. Airlocks. Okay, so we have the walls. Let's see about emptying out the frames above the farm. There we go. That should be more than enough. Keep those guys going for a little bit, and then we look at our freaking magical cardboard box. We have some walls. This music is getting really uncomfortable. Hopefully that'll be better. Whenever I'm here and I see the clock, it's it's always nighttime. I won't spend my daytimes hanging out somewhere, building silly shit. I think wait. What do I need to finish these things? I need freaking plastic sheets? I ain't got no freaking... I have some plastic sheets. I was thinking that in the name of safety... Here we go. That's the type 1. Sure.
Hydration critical.
Oh no, I'm thirsty boy. Let's see. No. There we go. Eat some fries. Drink from the fountain of youth. Power. Mmm. No. Pausing game while programming is useful. Absolutely. I don't suppose that picks off my... Yeah, that one. Or instead of Beck. Yeah. But I'm a little coded out right now, so I'm thinking like, you know what? I'm going to do something I've been meaning to do for a while now, which is see about trying to figure out how these bastards work. And that means I need to disassemble those frames up there. Wait, do I have a console? I don't think I have one on me. But I realized one thing I should and could do is turn this into a proper airlock. So I was kind of planning on like dismantling these so I'd have like, I could use that as an access point for now. Hmm? There we go. Now, in order to finish that, yeah, we need one console. We need one of these. We need one of these. We'll need one of these. Need one of these. I have some pipes on me. This needs 2 active ends and 2 passives. There we go, and there we go. The place already has an APC we can make use of. Where's that? Console. Oh, forgot the sensor. Ah, that's alright.
Power low.
Storm. And where, there it goes, the cutters of the wires. Come on. So I got these guys. That one needs a sensor and a piece of glass. Otherwise, we're doing good. Wow. Come on. Release me. Just make sure, we don't have any more of the unfortunate, mixings of gases. This one was production floor. Capitalize. There we go. So production floor and water treatment. And external vent. Internal vent. And exterior. Yeah, then we'll need a pressure equalizer system in here as well, because now things in here might start warming up a bit more because of the whole window situation. But it's still at minus 152, so it's not exactly a risk that'll happen like insanely soon. Yeah, we'll figure it out eventually. Because I'm running out of time. Now, if we're gonna cut this shit up so we can get down there. Right. I'm going to need to get one more active vent. One more passive vent. I would use those to suck out a freaking vacuum in that room. No. Of all the things. Iron. Quick look, do we have anything? Well, now. Yoink. There we go. And did we have I know for a fact that a passive vent here somewhere. Although the machines and things going on, and well, it's warming up very, very small, in very, very small amounts, but it is kind of warming up. Yeah. I don't. And we'll look into that eventually. Oh no, he died again. Whoa. Oh. You would make more sense here. And quickly exchange on here on this side. No, you bastard! How could you do this to me? I'm running out of time. I'm being pressured. Ooh, the doggos need their walkies. Before that time, well, everything is still doing okay. I kind of want the pressure and the temperature, but I guess we'll have two of these next to each other to see that in a sensible way. I know there's like a graph visualization thing in my bomb as well. Don't know how the fuck that works, but I know there is one. Oh, the atmosphere here is perfect. Perfect. Yeah, so you can turn me off. And you are doing... You're down to 180, 190, 130. Oh, they are really... I was thinking like, oh, it's so slow. But, as long as you could, get carried away with all kinds of other projects, there's more than enough time for these things to start cooling down. And once they're cool enough, then getting occasionally heated up by this thing won't be as big of an issue as we saw with oxygen here, for example, who is just fine. More than fine. Now... Yeah. We need an empty gas tank. I think I have one. Might have had one, but I think I put oxygen inside it like a moron. Whoa, hey. What's in you? Mostly nitrogen. Your temp is kind of low. That's okay. Because we can put you in here. Where'd he go? Now you're the one, right? Mostly nitrogen. See, those guys are maintaining pressure. And then this guy. I thought they had that would be a purge valve thing. Ah, this works. Oh. 19. Okay, that was close. Got the bastard just in time. Ooh, that was close. Yeah, I needed far more stable, sensible system for dealing with all of these. I need to stop being so goddamn easily distracted. Oh, more easily said than done, eh? Oh, cool. Yeah, we can get through there. Okay, perfect. And then I can just... start with... putting in that guy. Followed by that guy. Followed by that guy. Come on. Perfect. Wait, am I running out of coils? Oh well, we'll use some heavy in between here. It'll be fine. Alright, that guy's sucking out that pressure, because this thing is kind of hot, so I think we can just... It'll be fine. We're unleashing it in here once we got this thing voided. Pumping that shit in here, that is A-okay. Then we... quickly do our best. Shit, come on. Oh, don't tell me I don't have enough plastic sheets. I don't have enough plastic sheets. Come on, man. The crazy part is you're still just starting. You still have the outposts, all the other automating, traders, and rockets. Baylane's favorite. Yeah. That is true. There's a lot to this game. Iron, jeez. Fucking. Do you have any... Yo. I was hoping to be able to, get some of that freaking automation going before the end of the day, but it's looking like I don't have that time for that one at all. At least not on stream. Oh, right. That would probably help. Yum. No. Okay. So, it's covered from this side. Covered there. Covered there. Really need to hook up all these doors. Mostly let's just put them up sort of relatively quickly just to have a way of, sheltering from the storm. And I think that should be the last one. We have the walls inside. On the roof, we have walls now around here. Now it's just that top space that needs dealing with. Now let's see here. We have this one. If I was you, I'd focus on outposts. OPs take a long time to get good ROI, but ROI is worth it. I don't know what the frick an outpost is, to be honest, so I'm sure they're awesome. All I know is I'm trying to make canned fries. Ooh, and I like the fact that it takes a long while. Compared to the wrench versus frame. Oh, can I get rid of you? Oh no, the angle grinder's gone into the wrong pocket somewhere. There you go. There we go. I didn't know the ROI, return on investment. An outpost is in base away from your main base. Usually set up to have a set purpose. Yeah, I mean, like the only one that makes sense for me for that so far is building a, solar panel array. So I'm like, I get it, but I haven't really found a direct use for them just yet. Very thin, non-existent atmosphere. Fine. Very spicy. Alright, greenhouse room is now growing. That is true. Deep miners, yeah. Setting up a mining outpost that only collects and processes dirty ore for resources. That is actually very good too. Yes, that is something else I sort of envisioned having a need for. Oh, close. But like I said, just haven't gotten that far yet. Still pretty hot in here, so suck in some of that cold oxygen. While I dismantle this shit. There we go. Up, and cardboard box gets that one. You go there. There we go. So, now I can actually get to the freaking power ports. If you have the power gen, you can start collecting where you are now. What ores you get, I don't know. But if they're useful, like gold, do it. Yeah, that is very true. Well, hello, invisibility. And how space, well, space still be spacing. We be coding and we be doing all kinds of cool shit. The pressures in that room should be enough to deal with me putting a hole here.
Hunger caution.
Right. 10 kilopascals. Yeah, the power gen is slowly getting there. I mean, actually, I'm pretty okay with that one. It's more like the power storage. So yeah, deep mining is something I need to get into. Just out of interest, let's find out what's here. And put away some stuff. Lead. 0.2. Well, better than nothing. Then we'll have to go check, what's up on the mountain and so on. Because like I said, yeah, we're gonna go and build all kinds of nonsense. Eventually. And you go here. Now, where do I... Well, pumping in more oxygen sure won't help anyone. My extra nitrogen is just too hot. Best region is ICS iron, copper, silicon. ICS one of the only source of copper. And copper. Oh, in high demand. Ooh. That does sound pretty sexy. My temp is a little high. But the upper room was not leaking. We can rebuild the floor for that thing, the upper room, as is. And we grab that one for some shenanigans. So, let's see. Will this all end in tears? Because pressure is going down, temperature is a little high. As in carbon dioxide. You can go there. There we go. Temperature. Way too low. What the fuck? Okay. I forgot that's why I had these. Had the hot shit here, yo. Celsius is at 7. Okay, let's bring in some more hot nitrogen. Other than that, we're doing okay. Those guys here trying to maintain pressure slowly but surely, poorly, but doing it. Just be cold with yes, but it worked. Yeah. And lead 0.2 region. Yeah, that sucks. Lead is nearly useless. 0.2 means per dirty ore you get 0.2 of an ore. So it'll be take 5 dirty ore to make 1. Yeah, that's what I sort of assumed. Well, that means outposts. Oh, yeah. And also, yeah, the whole dirty ore, I mean, the outposts and things, because then we'll have a, more constant way of getting on kind of, getting the stuff. Temperature, oh, it's only 89. Oh, Jesus Christ, this thing is like really cooling down now. Oh yeah, come on. 15,000. 6. 7. Hey, heckin' perfect. Almost like I almost exploded a tank before. But the cooling systems, the automatic system is working, so that's a-okay. And if we ever need to heat it up extra, well, we just vent in some freaking more waste gas to process. I'll have to look at like using just a tiny bit of waste, maybe making a separate waste tank for just, ice cooling purposes. Okay, 11 degrees Celsius, and also now we have a window here that'll slowly warm up the place, and hopefully the water will help maintain us. Womp! Well, we got up to 17 Celsius, 16. And most importantly, we got more nitrogen in here, nice. So that's good. Oxygen is still too high, but it's acceptable. What's a lever contraption on the bottom? Yeah, passive vent with a valve. Freaking valves. Okay, we'll do that one more time. Because it's still a little cool in there, and I want my plants to be all nice and toasty. Well, toast-ish. Wrong place. And also now with the nitrogen reaching that kind of acceptable levels, easy way to slowly, manually, awkwardly pumping more nitrogen. It's still hot enough for you to try to cool. Perfect. Never mind, previous question. Yeah. Oh, and Balen Alamein sharing some more deep wisdom here. General rule of thumb, it takes 2.2 electric centrifuges per deep miner to keep up. Or 1 gas centrifuge can handle 3 deep miners. Ooh, 5 using superfuel. I think we can do the electric for most of my personal use. Ah! 8.22, hey, oh, pretty perfect. The centrifuge script is for 7 electric centrifuges, so it can handle 3 deep miners. If you want to upgrade the gas, later all you need is swap them out. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. I'll have a look at the script, and I've been considering if I do then go to the deep mining, I might have, because I've got my gas systems now, so see if we can figure out decent ways to okay, we got up to 20 Celsius, so
Hunger critical.
that's good. Yeah, that shit needs to be destroyed. Nah, that's a-okay. Hunger. Hey! Our hangout spot has survived. We can still hang with it nice and loose in the wind. But yeah, then we'll be figuring all those out then eventually. And now I have space. I can get upside above these. Now I can try to hook them into things and see what the frickety frack they claim to do. Okay. Export count, import count, cool. Yeah, we can count how many things came in, how many things went out. Power, mode, error. Yeah, so that will be its own adventure. I might do some of that off stream, just letting you know. But not too much, I promise that. External pressure is acceptable. Oxygen is nice and high. Nitrogen and CO2 is acceptable as well. And we got a little bit more passive heating, so that's nice. We'll figure this out eventually. For fuel cost, a 19 megapascal portable gas tank can fuel a gas centrifuge for about 7 IRL days. It's like 4 moles a minute burn rate. They are very fuel efficient. Ooh. That's very handy, especially because, I've got my rather simple but efficient, should be efficient, workable sort of gas mixing system. I just need to link up the oxygen in a slightly more efficient manner. If anything, I could probably use my existing external oxygen tank and just awkwardly pump it into that thing and pump everything from that one there, and then use the remaining waste heat from the original furnace to warm that shit up. Especially because if I properly pressurize the production floor as well, I could probably see about using the old waste gas to just heat up everything. Pretty much actually, yeah. Furnace gas will most likely be our main source of heating for everything around here. Especially because I'm considering then trying to use that to maybe then heat up the existing the pollutants a little bit more, and using those with a heat exchanger with, for example, the atmosphere in here, together with them with the coolant from outside, to then maintain a nice and toasty, well, acceptable atmosphere. Because currently there is an external tank where these are pumping stuff out into and back into here from, and if we could link that tank to a heating system and an input from the gas mixing area to make sure we have a lovely mixture with more nitrogen and oxygen, and then filter out excess oxygen back into our oxygen systems there. I think that could work quite well. Pressure is actually pretty good. How warm are you, by the way? I could have emptied some of that. Oh well, we'll bring that with us when we go build our freaking outposts and shit, if we want to make them, livable rooms in there for a little while. Once we also bring some snackies. Also figure out the deep dark secrets of canned fries. The horrors of the future brought home today in a tin can. But yeah. Things are going pretty well. But I've been not productive in this game recently. I have the plans, but always too tired to think. I know the feeling. I'm just very bad at staying focused, because this was the one thing I was supposed to do today. Then I was thinking, oh well, we can do the cooling system for the gas, and then I just got really lost into that project. Ended up doing coding, 2 separate chips and everything, but it worked, so I'm really happy with that actually. Because yes, it's not quite as elegant as I would like it to be, but it works, and that is the best part. And yeah, and then we can use the same logic, like I said, to heating up the various atmos. Because, like I said, I want to have a separate tank for handling greenhouse air to make sure that it has the correct ratio of nitrogen and oxygen and so on. And then we'll have a separate one for breathable atmospheres, because we have more carbon dioxide than we do have nitrogen. So we'll use carbon dioxide there for the the pressure gas, essentially. We can have enough oxygen, 25%. We'll learn the proper ways, and then we'll have to figure out other stuff. Yeah, and we can use that as pressurant if we want in the furnace. But then again, the furnace's own waste gases can also function pretty well as just pressurant. We just every now and then throw in some fuel as well. Burns extra nice, extra hard. But I promised to quit a little earlier today, and I have not done that. So I'm gonna have to go and spend some time with a lovely family, which means I need to raid you all out. Now tomorrow is a day off.
Stare.
Exactly. I need to do things in the real world. See you on the Sunday? Yeah, exactly. So day after tomorrow, I'll be back. It will be then the game jam. So game deving, try to make a shitty game in 3 hours. We'll see how that goes. And after that one, we'll do the vintage story, and then on Monday more Stationeers, because I should try to maintain both games. But yeah, we made some actual real fucking friggin' progress today, and I at least have learned a lot. So thank you everyone for your help. But let's see here. There we go. Have a good one. Hey, thank you, Bailey and Alamein. And thank you for hanging out. I do appreciate it. You too, you as well, no hypocrisy. Over there on the YouTube side. So we first do this one. And we'll change the scene to make sure we don't hopefully get awkwardly raided. And then we try to remember to change the music to the proper one. And then we shall see who is out and who's about. Is anyone playing Stationeers right now? Anyone I know? No. Someone in there French. Oh. That'll be a bit tricky. What are people doing? Freaking discount. Playing more Winter Story. Freaking love this music. Well, there we have it. Let's see. How wild is it looking? Seems like he's still doing okay. So we're going to do something we haven't done in a while, which is, of course, raid the one, the only, the Huzzah, who is currently playing Dwarf Fortress. An absolute man lad of a streamer. Cool dude. Always fun times. Chaotic, but in the best of ways. And also a fellow Finn. I'm sending you all over there. Also, creator of the best bad art. This side of the Nile. So, have a good one, and thank you everyone for hanging out. Yeah, I don't need to snooze that. And the ads are already fixed. Wonderful. So thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. I hope you had a good time. I had a wonderful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. And, in fact, a wonderful weekend. So, until next time, my friends, stay awesome, and I'll be seeing you around. Ta-ta.